Yeah, man. Thursday night reality cope. Wait, I meant reality check. Welcome. Everybody who's in the chat already, man. Good to see everybody. We got MD, the Black Pill, Sammy Thornton, Primal Man, the Bald Bastard. Good to see you guys.
Hey, man.
Yeah, it's Thursday night reality check. This is it. You can tell I've got a different setup tonight. I went back to my Saturday night setup. I did wear my appropriate shirt tonight. You can see what that says. Hola, bro, amigos.
Hola, bro, amigos.
Yeah, it's got a little mustache right there too. So, but anyways, yeah, tonight we're going to talk about the brotherhood or a brotherhood. What does it mean? You know, we're going to discuss the difference between a brotherhood in real life and like an online brotherhood. We're going to talk about fake brotherhood, and we'll kind of get deep into that. So let's, Primal Man, Gene, how you doing tonight, man? That's the first thing.
Oh, great. Doing great. It was a productive day today, and feels good to sit down with a coke stick. And a show stick. So
that word cope now, isn't it?
Yeah. You know what I realized? Me and you haven't been on a stream, just the two of us, in either a long time, on your show, I mean, in a long time or ever, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's been a while.
So it's been a long time since me and you opened up the show. But it's good to be here. I love doing these streams. They're fun, a lot of fun.
Michael Foster's coming on, somebody that's going to know a lot about brotherhood, for sure.
Yeah.
Let's open it up, man. Let's talk about brotherhood and what it means. I mean, a lot of times when you hear brotherhood, I think what you think of is it can almost make you think of a gang. You know, when I hear brotherhood or that type of lingo, you know, I'm in a big area where there's real biker clubs here. And I don't like to call them gangs. I like to call them biker clubs. You know, we're local here in Florida, and there are the Warlocks, which is a local in my area, if anybody's familiar with them, and much respect to my Warlock brothers for sure. I see them all the time, see them all around here all the time. I believe there are the Mongols, which is a little farther north, and some others, I'm sure. So, but that's a ride or die brotherhood, I would say. And I think those guys are, I'll say, take it to the next level for sure. You know?
Right.
So, but yeah, brotherhood. It's a tribe, isn't it? Same kind of thing.
Similar. Yeah, it is. There's no denying that. But I like to think of it a little differently. Yeah. Hence why I kind of brought this topic up, because I think we can look at the brotherhood in a different light besides a tribe or a gang or of some sort. We can see it in a different way, and I aim to present that in some way, which I don't know how I'm going to do it. I hope it just flows, because it's very fleeting. Sometimes ideas, when I want to say something, I'm like, okay, that sounds good. I know what I want to say, but the words escape me. Mm-hmm. So maybe it'll come out throughout the show, and people will get a feel for what I see the brotherhood as, and what its significance to me is. So it'll be interesting, because I think it's a little different take on what most people think the brotherhood is.
Mm-hmm. I mean, a simple brotherhood to me, a brotherhood group, very simple, is me, you, and Gonzo's group chat. That's the brotherhood. We're bouncing shit off each other all the time in that chat, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, that's a form of a brotherhood. Some guys you can just reach out to at all times. I mean, I look at the manosphere. To me, is a brotherhood. Okay, there's a lot of different ideas, and we'll get into that a little later. But it's my opinion on how it's been infiltrated. But we'll talk about that a little later. Who knows? Maybe MD will come on the stream and talk about that with us. But yeah, I'll be dropping the the link here shortly. So, but
MD, I really enjoyed the Wisdom Radio last night with the artifacts, the statues, the ancient artifacts, and all that stuff. A lot of fun. I really liked it. I stayed for pretty much the whole show. So
yeah,
kudos
it
on
was
that, man.
good. So anybody too. In fact, geez, I need to put the link in here to Wisdom Radio on YouTube. Go to Wisdom Radio. That's with a Z, WIZDOM.
I like the radio term he used. I like that because you don't hear radio. That's a lost word, but I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
Got Vivian in the chat. Hey, Vivian. Got Peg in the chat. Hey, Peg. How you doing? Good to see you.
Hey, Peg. Before everybody starts asking, this is obviously a very bold wrapper, so it's easy to tell what I'm smoking. But this is the Corojo, Camacho Corojo, and if I haven't had this stick, it's been a really. If I've had this stick before, it's been a really long time, and I'm looking forward to smoking this nice, time-consuming coke stick. So, Corojo is like Cuban seed. It's like a Cuban style leaf. So that's what I'm smoking tonight. And Camacho is based out of Honduras, so it ought to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be a smoke show tonight. So if you got to smoke, light them up.
Light them up.
A lot of heavy smokes going on.
I've got a little Moscato too.
Yeah, I've got a little pipe tonight. Haven't smoked a pipe in a while, but tonight I'm in my different location in the house, so I'm going to have a pipe, and we're going to talk about the brotherhood. So let me ask you a question. Do you think there's a difference between an online brotherhood and something that is, a group of guys getting together?
No, not much difference.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's much difference at all. I don't consider them any different myself at all. All the guys that I've never met you in real life, Tony, but nothing would change if I met you in person.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, I think, I've met people in person that I've talked to, on this channel and things of that nature. But real life interaction is definitely different for sure.
Yeah.
There's always, I think there's always misconceptions about a person for sure that you get before you meet them in person. But real life is important also. We live in a technological world where people, FaceTime and, streams like this, and, everything's done over the computer or over your phone. So that real life interaction is very, very important to people.
I got a question for the viewers, the men specifically, since, not just only because we're talking about the brotherhood. When was the last time that you, and I don't mean acquaintances, family members, when was the last time you and a couple of good buddies, good friends, got together and had just a nice time? I ain't saying y'all had to do nothing crazy, but when was the last time you linked up with some good friends, guys that have your back, that you, as far as have your back, guys you can trust? When was the last time? Drop that in the comments, man, and let us know. I'm curious because I don't do a whole lot with close friends. I don't consider myself to have many close friends. I don't have a friend is for me, a friend is it's a lofty term for me. I don't consider everyone a friend. And that's something we can talk about too. Friend, who's a friend and a brother? What's the difference? Right? But I don't just call anybody my friend or my brother for that matter.
Mm-hmm.
So I hang out with you fellas more because most of my close friends in everyday life just sort of they all, you got to take time to hang out with people, and people don't want to take time for nothing no more.
One of the things,
including myself.
Yeah. One of the things that happens though too is that I think when you're younger, that need to be around that pack is more important. And I think as you get older, what happens is you're more into, whether it be your business or, a lot of times, and we all know what happens with, the guy that gets a girlfriend or the guy that gets married, you never see him again, that kind of thing, Everybody has the friend where you get the phone call from the guy and you haven't heard from him in a year. His girl broke up with him or they split up. Hey, you want to go out and have a beer? Everybody knows that happens all the time. So, I always accept those guys back into my life for sure, but I understand because I think we've all been guilty of it. You get into a relationship and, there's, you got Tony Bruno, then you got relationship Tony. Everybody knows, you know what I mean? That's pretty typical for guys. Do I think it's normal and right? Probably not, because what happens is, I think a lot of times it just kind of, and I don't want to be a dick, but it dictates who's running the show. When your boy can't even go out and like have a beer with you or stop by your house after work.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Woo,
yeah,
man. That's tough.
Well,
that's a clear indicator.
That's reality. Everybody's got those friends, or everybody's had those friends, And like with me, I want those guys back in my life when they want to chat. I don't hold anything against anybody. Absolutely. If they were a good friend, yeah.
For sure.
Back.
Never.
Yeah. And I'm guilty of it. I've done that before myself. I'm sure I have. So, but yeah, a brotherhood is important. I don't think that I don't think there's too many guys that don't want to be part of a brotherhood. There are like your loners. The one word that I've learned to really respect now, I used to really, how do I say this? I really used to look down on this term, which is an incel. I used to look down on that term. And now I kind of get it with the world that we're in. I understand it.
You can see the practicality of it.
Yeah. I don't know if it's a good thing to label yourself like that if you don't have to. Maybe if you label yourself like that, I think you're kind of it might be even like a cry for help, But I understand the term. Let's put it this way. I understand the term more now in the past, I'll say 6-8 months than I ever have before. So if anybody doesn't know what the term incel stands for, that stands for involuntary celibate. And I know that word can be a very derogatory term.
Involuntary celibate. Yep.
Yeah, I don't look at it the way I did before. Let's put it that way. I've got a little bit of heart for a guy that calls himself an incel.
Mm-hmm. If he calls himself an incel, at least he's acknowledging it. That's respectable.
Mm-hmm. I mean, but that's a whole nother rabbit hole, going down the path of why the guy's an incel. It's funny because it goes right along with, like we talked about, coping. Like you'll tell somebody, hey, you're coping. And what do they say now? That's kind of like a knock. But you'll see that on Twitter. Well, he's an incel. He's this or he's coping. So that's kind of a word too that I think definitely has it's not a good term that you want to be called. But I understand it now more than I did on why guys are in that situation. And a guy who is an incel, probably the best thing for him is a brotherhood. Somebody to pick him up, keep him positive, keep him going, give him an ear, don't give advice. Again, I'm not, I tell people all the time, we're not here to give advice. I'm not an expert on dating, or I'm an expert in what I do for a living and maybe a couple other things, but I don't give advice, I give support. So having a place where you can come and you can talk to somebody, that's what we're providing. That's what Primal Man stream, anybody else too, Monday Night Man Hour, Primal Man, I got a link for his channel below here, but check him out. It's a good time. Had a great stream on Monday night, man. That was beautiful.
I think that was the longest stream ever in the history of Monday Night Man Hour.
5.5 hours. I'll bet it was.
I think it definitely was. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of good stuff. A lot of rabbit holes you climb down.
Yeah. I agree.
Let's look at, let's see. Let's look at some of the comments here. Get a dog if you want a loyal friend. Yeah, that's true. Sammy Thornton. People make time if they want to. Yep, that's for sure. Would you consider that an acquaintance or a brotherhood? I'm not sure I'm not really sure when or what we were talking about when he asked that question. Uncle Don, first, a definition of brotherhood must be laid. Yeah, okay. Definitely get to that. Vivian says, I saw my dad with his friends, and his closest friends loved him sincerely. We threw him a huge birthday party, and men showed up from all over the country. Teammates, former students, super fun. Cool. We are all incel or acceptable in incels, to be honest. Peg says, Tony, you were great co-post. That's from Primal Man Stream. Yeah. Thanks, Peg.
Thank you, Peg. Yeah. Peg holds a special place in my heart on Monday Night Man Hour. I'm honored to have an older woman on my show. I'm just honored by that. I'm tickled pink, as they would say. So I'm glad to have Peg on the show as always.
Yeah, I dropped the StreamYard link in the chat. Anybody wants to join, feel free. So yeah, let's lay down some rules. We've been doing it kind of for brotherhood. So what is it? I'll tell you let me give you my description of brotherhood. A brotherhood it can be just a group of guys, or it can be a big group of guys or a small group of guys. It can be I had a brotherhood in martial arts of guys that when I went to tournaments, there was guys that I saw all the time, every time I went to different places. And that was a brotherhood. We would talk about, different tournaments. We would, it's good to see you. To me, that was a brotherhood. When I surf, the guys that I surfed with and people in the water, that's kind of a brotherhood also. So I think a brotherhood means that you all relate to one thing. So I think you can be a part of different brotherhoods. I mean, let's face it, the gym. Guys go to the gym. There's a brotherhood right there. You see the same guys all the time. It's kind of a brotherhood.
Yeah, I agree. I think what I really wanted to say earlier about seeing the brotherhood a little different than most, or seeing it more than just a tribe or a group of guys with mutual interest. I see the brotherhood as a how can I describe this? I look at the brotherhood as any kind of man, any type of men that want to sit at the same table and discuss anything. If you're willing to have a seat at the table with other men, you may as well consider each other brothers at that point. Does that make sense? A little bit?
It does, because that word too, we talked about this backstage about, do you like to be called brother?
Yeah. See, I'll get guys on the show that, borderline atheist, or either that they just question a lot of things that I'm saying. I consider these guys brothers, and I commend them. I really do. A lot of respect for them too.
I like to think that I'm building bridges for a brotherhood and to other brothers in different spectrums, different circles.
You are, no doubt. You definitely are.
And that's kind of important to me. I mean, there's guys that don't agree with me and talk shit about me, but I could tell you what, I would let you on my stream.
Yeah.
But chances are, if I went on yours, you would try to overpower me and talk over and try to keep your narrative going without listening. Mm-hmm. Because a lot, I don't want to say a lot, not all, but most push their own narrative. And when you're pushing your narrative, anybody that jumps and disrupts that narrative, there's an issue. It's not them, it's you. So you can't have a conversation. Michael Foster, welcome.
Hey, what's up, Tony?
Good to see you.
I love how Gene just keeps metamorphosizing into a Cajun drug lord.
Cajun drug lord.
A little bit of country, a little bit of Colombia, a little bit of everything.
Cuba.
That's right.
What's
up, my brothers?
We're defining brotherhood right now.
What's up, brethren?
Yeah, what's up, brother?
Brethren.
Oh, we should have had brother words on our.
So, Grim was saying brethren on the stream last night. He said, "No, I'm saying brethren."
Well, I'm sure that's like there's some sort of like Hebrew significance that he's read about somewhere.
Maybe.
Probably.
That's great. Grim, we love you, wherever you may be.
Wherever you may be arguing with some poor man.
It was good to have Grim with Scribe. That was interesting.
Yeah, that was.
It is an interesting issue because there's a sense where we're all men and we have a lot of things in common that we can relate to. I saw my son, about the Boxing Day tsunami back in 2004. And it's what got me involved on the internet, to be quite honest, is that there was the early days of YouTube before it had been bought out by Google. And there was like a couple other streaming sites where you could load up your own videos. And in 2004, this gigantic, or 3, whatever it was, there was this huge tsunami that just wrecked the Philippines and Thailand and all this. And I saw my son, what was amazing, if you watch the documentaries on it, is there was like some old German guy and then some young French guy. And they all got separated from their friends and their family because this big wave took them away. And they all got ripped up. They got dragged across some car and ripped up. And now they got sewage in their wounds. And they wake up and they're together. And no one they know. And they don't speak the same language. And they work together to keep each other alive. Right? And then they help each other find their family. I mean, that really happened. And you think like there is a sort of brotherhood of man that really does exist, where even tribe and tongue and a lot of things that separate us suddenly are eradicated in moments of emergency and tragedy where we lean on each other. It's a beautiful picture. So there's that sort of general brotherhood that we have. But there's certainly something deeper that goes beyond mere tragedy and affinity to where we share a fellowship. So a lot of Christians will say, "Hey, brother, you want a fellowship?" And they think that means like come over and hang out. But what the actual word fellowship means is to to enter into a shared mission. So if you think of like two brothers that open a fishing company, they're in a fellowship, right? They have this shared mission. Or if you think about the movie The Fellowship of the Ring, right? They've been given this task to take this ring from one place to a dangerous place. That's their mission. And fellowship is built around a shared common mission. And that's a deeper brotherhood, a more meaningful brotherhood. And as a Christian, I can have male brotherhood with people that are outside of Christ. I can. There's a level at which I can. However, it is not the same as the intimacy and fellowship that I have with other real believers, because what draws us together is the mission, the target, the thing we're working towards, or the thing we're fighting against to some degree too, right? And so I think what we have to allow for is some degrees of brotherhood or some distinctions that we would make between. We used to have those. There's a distinction between acquaintances and friendships and best friends, or blood brother, right? So blood brother is like to the end, man, to the end. And I told my wife when we got married, my best man in my wedding wasn't a Christian. He still isn't a Christian. His name was Quinn. We grew up together. We got arrested together several times. And I told her, I was like, look, I need you to understand about Quinn is if he calls me up and says, hey, I got to bury a body, it's going to be really hard for me to say no. Right? It's going to be really hard for me to say no, because he and I have been through thick and thin. We've had each other's back. And so there's a brotherhood where it's just like, it's intense. You know, you don't throw each other in the bus. You got each other. You don't date each other's girlfriends. Or if you do, you do with permission and permission only. Mm-hmm. And even when they're in the wrong, you kind of got their back. And then when everything's done, you're like, dude, what the hell? Why are you doing that? You know, where you like correct them, but you stand with them. I think men need that sort of brotherhood. One of the advantages I've had on other men, I've had disadvantages like a lot of men, but one of my greatest advantages I've had is a lot of mentors and a lot of really strong male peers. Very thankful for the brotherhood I've had, both Christian and non-Christian.
Do you think when you say a mentor, say like an older guy, you still consider him your brother, correct?
So I look at people in three categories: father, brother, son. So mentor, peer, protege. And a mentor is something more like a father. Sometimes you got a guy that's kind of bridging the gap between brother and father. He's like an uncle. You know what I mean? So like my dad had some younger uncles, and they were closer to me than my dad, but they still were older than me. And
I like the term elder.
That's a good one too. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's look at Bald Bastard's comment here. How does accountability play into brotherhood? I'll answer this first. I think it's important. I think accountability on all levels in all relationships is important. That's one of the things that I'm very big on is accountability.
Amen.
Not only, not just accountability as a man, but accountability across the board. I think all people need to be accountable, and you need to hold yourself accountable. If you can hold yourself accountable to someone rather than them holding you accountable, I think that's much more proactive, and I think it's just a better relationship versus somebody. I'm not big on, I get this question, but I'm not big on people holding me accountable. I'm big on holding myself accountable. So
I think, go ahead, sir.
Primal Man, you want to hit that question?
Well, you just reminded me of something. For what reason, I don't know. I don't know if you remember when I said, this just reminded me of this, what you said. We judge others based on their actions, but we judge ourselves based off our intentions. And when you said that you don't like when others hold you accountable, you like to hold yourself accountable. that however it relates, that's what came to mind.
Okay.
So
I think men provide accountability in a way that it's hard for people to understand. One way we provide accountability is to tease each other. You know, like a guy's like, man, I lose 20 pounds before this date. And we're like, fat, you have gained 20 pounds since last time you said something like that. Right?
mm-hmm.
When a guy says that, he doesn't even mean it in a mean way. It's hard for people to understand.
Yeah.
Like that guy's actually hoping that he'll lose 20 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, come on, you talk so much and gain so much too. You know, come on, fatty fat cakes. You know, you ride them hard, but not out of a lack of love, out of accountability. And male accountability is something hard for a lot of men that grew up without being bullied, men that grew up without dads and uncles that made fun of you. You know what I mean? And so male accountability isn't like submitting a report once a week or something. It's like more than anything, it's other guys like, you gonna keep your word or what? Like, are you all talk or you got any action? And that's how we do it, you know. And that's really helpful. There's little jabs from someone that loves you, cares about you, that's rooting for you. They go a long way. There's very few places that's allowed in male relationships anymore. Probably coaches can get away with it a little bit. When I wrestled, they called me Psycho Mike. I hated it because I was such an aggressive wrestler. And my coach would be like, Psycho Mike, you gonna win or you just a loser? Like, you're just gonna keep losing? You know, I always say crap like this. Even when I won, he'd say things like that. Mm-hmm. And always pressed me, pushed me as far as I could, right? Men are always pushing each other, testing the boundaries, testing the limits.
Well, see how close someone is to breaking. And if they are close and they are being too sensitive, too feminine, that one little jab at them can break them. But it can break them with a brother, not where it really matters. So they can break with you, not out on the battlefield.
That's right. And sometimes a guy be like, all right, dude, it's all cool. I'm sorry. Right. He'll pull back and try to like cool it down because he wasn't trying to dominate you. He was trying to perfect you. You were the iron on the anvil and he was a hammer hitting against you, right? Make you tougher like steel. And that's really hard for a lot of people to understand. I was talking about how women compliment each other and don't mean it, and men insult each other and don't mean it. And I had this guy.
That's pretty funny, boy. That's a good one. You mean like when a woman gets her hair cut real short, the other woman is like, "You go, girl. That looks great on you." She knows she just got rid of all the competition. Goodbye.
Yep. Lies.
Yeah. Total
but
lies. Yeah.
But I was telling this guy this, and I was like, yeah, bullying does people good. He just couldn't get it. He couldn't get it. And so I reached out to him. I was like, hey, man, I don't know why you're getting all up in arms about this. Oh, my dad was always on me. And this guy had kind of slipped into a gay, for a time, homosexual relationships. He realized that they're destructive and had left them. And I was just recognizing this guy just had never had normal brotherhood, right? It's not erotic. Guys can be really close. I'm really, really close with, I probably have 3 very, very close friends. One reason I was late to join this conversation is I was talking to one of my closer friends, and we more or less were arguing about, like, is America about to go into a dystopian time or what? You know, we're fighting, arguing on the phone and talking about how many guns we should own. So we were talking about that. He's a really close friend. I've known him for over several decades. And we tease each other, but it's always for love. It's always to improve one another. And that's what men really need. They really need, they got to stop being weak. You know what I mean?
It's funny when that happens kind of subconsciously, because that I did the exact same thing to my cousin this evening. I saw where they're going to require fans to go into the stadium to either show their card or either get tested, right? And I told my cousin, die hard football, NFL sports fan, die hard. He loves his team. And he goes to every game religiously, just about. And I went to a couple years ago, but not recently. And I texted him, I said, excuse my language, anybody out there. I really hate to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I said, you ready to get your butthole swabbed at the entrance of the stadium? And he laughed because I know it triggered something in him because he's such a diehard sports fan that I know it was kind of condescending. But it was my way of doing what you just described, prodding at his love for a sport,
We used to call it a scorch. That's what you would be called, a scorch.
Mm-hmm.
And you're scorching somebody. But like Michael Foster said, it's out of love for that person. I mean, I've said some, me and my best friend since 7 years old growing up, we still scorch each other till this day.
We used to call it ribbon.
Yeah. And, there'll be between there's three of us that hang out pretty tight. We haven't really hung out in a few years, but, we'll get back together and the scorching will start immediately without any hesitation. And nobody really gets upset. I think we've pushed it probably as far as you could push it at times,
Yeah.
But I think that's necessary. You don't have a safe space. The reality of safe spaces, I remember when I saw that, I'm like, what the hell is a safe space? It's like a room where you can whatever. We did it.
You know what a safe space reminded me of? And I'm just talking here. When I was in high school, the principal or the headmaster at the school, they called him, had his own smoking room, right, where he smoked cigarettes. That was what made me think of when I heard the word safe space when it first started coming out. That's what I thought. I said, oh, the principal had his safe space with a cigarette room, So it's a joke, no doubt.
I mean, again, growing up so different even in, high school, it was so different than what I see now. We were joking, Michael Foster, about how like the battles we got in when we were younger and things like that, like coming home, with half my face bloody. My dad wouldn't get upset and I'm going to go call the principal or run over to the neighbor's house. All he used to do is all he'd say was, I hope the other guy looks worse than you do. And he would just continue on whatever he's doing. That was it. And you'd go in and heal your wounds and do it again. Those kind of things, I really think sculpt a man and sculpt a boy into a man. Those are rites of passage. They really are. And it's not just about fighting and things like that. I mean, I remember the shop teacher, Mr. Inman. I know people would be in jail. We had metal shop. You guys remember metal shop?
Yeah.
Like hammers and used to make you could make a Rambo knife. It didn't matter. I mean, you could make whatever you wanted. You'd have the hot furnace going. You'd have your steel in there and you'd be pulling it out. And Mr. Inman would come over and say, "Hey, put your dick in there." That's what you know what I mean? And of course, we would laugh. We would throw a quarter in there and then slide it underneath the door out into the hallway. So when somebody would walk by, they would pick up a hot quarter. I mean, really hot. Just things like that. I'm like, those things were fun as growing up, but those were parts of a brotherhood. Those were things that we did that were funny. Even the old teacher was funny, telling you to put your dick in the furnace.
Can't get away with stuff like that anymore, can't you?
I don't think so. A kid would run home and start crying. He told me to put my dick in there. What? Yeah.
You'd actually do it, probably.
Probably so.
I think that sort of relationship between younger men and older men, where you're getting that sort of ribbing, that sort of teasing, I can remember teachers saying things to me like, "You got to take that." When some other student said something to me, yeah, this is real basic stuff, but it's the things that shape you and make you who you are. I think my inclination, as I talk to a lot of young men nowadays, and it may be a very particular sample of the population because they come through Twitter and Facebook, is they're deeply isolated, and probably what they need more than anything is real world friendships that can call them out and encourage them and they could go do things with. But I do think most men are lacking a tribe to run with. And they have these online tribes, but these online tribes are like
Nerds.
well, they're just not as real. You know what I mean? Like they don't know. They don't know what the girlfriend looks like. They don't know what their waistline looks like. They don't know what their check looks like. They don't know how many times they've been fired from jobs. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know the reality of people's lives. People can be pretenders online and why you can't. And one of the benefits you have with good guy friends is they know you. Nothing's off limits to some degree, right? To a great degree. And they can call you on your BS. Online, everyone can edit, control, mute, sign off. You know what I mean? They can curate their image. And you need a place where your image can't be curated, where the real you shines through, who you actually are, when there aren't filters and edit buttons, right? Delete buttons. And I think that's what a lot of guys are missing out on, and they're not able to develop into what God's made them to be because they're staying in kind of a detached fantasy land. And there's nothing wrong with online. There's nothing wrong with having friends that you connect with online. That's what we're doing right now, right? There's a place for it. But in terms of your pack, your tribe, your crew, the people you run with most, it is problematic because if they're all online, they don't know you. You know, half the people use pseudonyms and half the people, you know, reveal who they really are. And you need to be known. People need to know the real you. And that's why I think guys need real friends. They need some real friends to get together with that can call them out.
This is to me like this is great because that's one of the things I wanted to talk about was online brotherhoods. Is it good or bad? And I think it's a good thing. I think what it'll do, like you say, somebody might have an avatar. A lot of I respect guys with avatars in these platforms because of privacy. So I get that, but their consistency and somebody who can communicate well, I can forget that they have an avatar without a doubt. That's a non-issue. But what I think is that when we all get together on these types of platforms and talk about things, eventually I think it's going to bring a guy out that normally might not communicate in the real world and actually help them take that next step. Wow, I'm communicating with these guys every Thursday night or every Saturday night or every Monday night. But now guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to go out in the real world and do the same thing. So I think this can be a real good starting point for a lot of people, men or women. I think it's a great starting point when it comes to being part of a brotherhood or a tribe or a crew or my boys, like I say. So let me address that. OGIT 1917. Too many guys with no dads. Our culture promotes single mothers. And I'm going to comment on this. You know why? Because I agree. It might piss off some people, but I don't care. Single motherhood has been like a badge of honor. Now, I'm not knocking a single mother. I'll never do that. I think there are legitimate things that happen in a relationship where she is forced into raising her kids. And I give a lot of credit to a single mother that does it well. Okay. But all right, you go on a dating app. Not, Michael Foster, I'm sure you haven't been on, but man, I know you have. But single mother is a badge of honor. You see them all the time. It'll start off, it'll say single mother, it will have pictures of their children. It will say, these come before anybody, my children. I get that, but it's just kind of like a badge of honor right now. I think it's been, when I was growing up, there was no such thing as a single mother. And if you were hiding it.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't something to be proud of. Now I give credit to a single mother that will, is forced into it. But a lot of times that's not what it is. So that's kind of my take on that comment. So
Michael Foster's got single mothers on either side of his arms attached to his elbow and his shoulder.
What?
Your biceps.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I can't speak to dating apps. I don't know anything. I've been with my wife since high school and before dating apps were a thing.
Well, you just had this one lady in I think it was Texas, this black chick with 2 kids, single mother, blah blah blah. They got a GoFundMe account. She was on Fox News, yeah. I think, and all this crap. Then to come to find out, those aren't even her kids. Those are her.
Oh no.
Those were her, I think, new boyfriend's kids. It was just a total lie.
What a mess.
Guys need brothers that'll say, no, that's a bad idea, man. And I can think way back. So I became a Christian in 97, kind of ran with a rough crew growing up, and got arrested a bunch, got in a lot of trouble. And the guys I ran with did well with the ladies. But Tony can speak to this, I'm sure. There are some women that are very beautiful, but very crazy, and it's not worth it. But young men don't know that. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I know they're pretty, but the drama is going to be intense, and you're going to hate it. And we'd have to intervene, man. We'd have to intervene, like, hey, you can't, this girl you're with, like, she's destroying you. She's making you into a bad person. You know what I mean? And a lot of guys don't have that. Like, I had a good friend that brought he's about to become his fiance here in the next couple of weeks. Brought her over to meet me because he came to faith under my ministry. And I liked her. I liked her a lot. Asked her a lot of weird questions. Like, when people come over for dinner, I ask them weird questions. Mm-hmm. And like, what's the movie you walked out of and why? That's a fun question. You ever walked out of a movie?
Mm-mm.
Have you ever walked out of one at all?
I've turned movies off.
I've walked out of a movie scared out of my brain when I was like real little.
Okay.
But I might have been to like 10
what movie was it, Tony? Do you remember?
I don't know. It was pretty bad. I remember. I think it had something to do with I don't know. It was some wild animal killing something. I don't remember what it was.
Like Cujo or something, or what?
No, it wasn't that. It was before that. It was pretty young.
It was funny. I walked out of Castaway, another story. She had a good one. And when I got to know her, I liked her a lot. I told him, like, yeah, man, put a ring on it. Do it. But there's been other times he's talked to me about his girlfriends. I'm like, nah, you should break up now. You should get out of that relationship real quick. That's bad. That'll break her heart. Yeah, break her heart, man. Like, get out, move on. Danger, Will Robinson. I think a lot of guys don't have, guys are starting to be like women. So women see women as competition, right? And that's not really how guys work. Like, when we see each other as competition, it's for like a moment. We beat each other up for a moment to establish hierarchy. But we see guys as assets, as part of the team, generally. That's why effeminate men are women without wombs. They got nothing to offer. And but masculine men, they bring something to the team. And a lot of guys still have friends that are rooting for them, protecting them. And guys look at other guys as competition. Guys aren't competition. We're your brothers. We're trying to help you. Like, there's plenty of women in the world. You know, half of the world is women. But yeah, I really think guys lack that sort of pushback, that sort of accountability, that sort of insight, you know, like into because guys don't see, man. Guys get crazy. Like a pretty girl will blind a dude, and you're just like, oh, isn't she great? Like, well, she looks all right. Kind of insane.
Yeah, my dad has always said a woman can draw the man through an eye of a needle. That was one of the sayings he said when we were growing up.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Besides some others. The basic ones we all know.
Yeah, yeah.
The power of, you know.
Sure. Yeah, guys need guys to protect them, you know, because the guys are easily swayed. Men are very vulnerable to women. They're easily manipulated by women and controlled by women. And the only thing to protect them is other men. You know what I mean? Like, that's what they need. Guys like, hey, she's playing you. Stop. Leave the home. Stop playing those games, you know, but guys don't have brotherhoods. And there's a campaign to break men up. So you want to go way back. I'll give you a weird one. I'll give you a religious one. Grape juice in communion. You guys know where that comes from? Grape juice?
Well, it's supposed to be the blood. That's not where you're going with it, though.
Well, it was wine for 2,000 years.
Yeah.
Until Welch, a United Methodist minister, came up with a process to stop grape juice from fermenting into wine. And that's where grape juice came from. That was during the temperance movement, which was by feminists to break up. They saw alcohol as a destructive force, but also partially to break up the pubs where men would go to socialize and talk and connect and open their hearts up. This is a pub, what we're at right now, right? Smoking cigars. I had a glass of wine, and that's what this all is. And so
a pub,
P-U-B, a pub, a public house, right?
Yeah,
a public house where you go to have a drink, have a smoke, talk to the guys, right? And so the feminists broke that up in the temperance movement. And guys really need that. Guys really need connections. But now that's gone, and even the workplace is integrated. So the workplace have women, right? When guys are with guys, we talk like guys. The language changes. You throw a woman into the mix, and we moderate our language, right? We have a different sort of way of going about things. This is a problem that we have with women in combat, is that if you have one female soldier and 5 other male soldiers, all 5 male soldiers will try to keep the female soldier alive more so than complete their own mission. And that's because men are wired to protect women. Men need male spaces where they can be with other guys and be just men. And they don't have women invading them all the time. And so that's why, like, to bring a woman on a show like this, here and there, whatever, for a moment's fine. But it does kind of disrupt the nature of the conversation and weaken it. So with a brotherhood, you can't have some sort of like wannabe, Tom girl brother hopping in. It'll mess the whole thing up.
Well, let me just say hi to Timmy Kramer, man. Timmy Kramer, good to see you, brother, for sure. My gym has more women than men in it. Masculine women are not my thing, but you got to keep quiet these days. I like Timmy Kramer. Good to see you. Good to see you, man. Yeah, I'm going to bring up a kind of a similarity is when and it's no knock on MD or any with MGTOW dictionary, but when they put that Carolina, and nothing against Carolina, whatever, she's just out of her mind. I think she just doesn't. Whatever. From what I see, she just doesn't quit. She started down the line from Rolo. She wasn't accepted into that group. She broke up with me in public. My brother just went right down the line. But I got to be honest. When I was watching MGTOW Dictionary with her in there, it changed the whole dynamic of that stream. It really did. The guys were, and I'm not a big fan of that word simp, but there was the Simpson chat. And after,
oh yeah,
she publicly, Tony, I can't be a part of this anymore or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? And then when I saw her on there, I'm like, it's only a matter of time. And I'm glad they got rid of her because she did interrupt a space that she didn't really need to be in. So, but that's kind of like, I think it was Jennifer Molesky was talking about.
Sorry about that, fellas.
That's all right.
A lot of alcohol there, Gene.
No, it's actually these.
Want to talk about primal? My goodness, dude.
I don't know if it was her, but somebody was talking about there was this a gentleman's club, not a strip bar, but an actual, like the old clubs like in New York City where it's men only, and you have a male bartender.
Yeah. But
it's where the guys sit around, read the papers, smoke a cigar. It's a men's club, is what it is. It's where men can come and gather and join each other, whether you're saying nothing or talking. And I don't know if it was her, maybe it was somebody else. I think it was at 21, but how years and years and years they had male bartenders in there. Again, it's a men's only club. As soon as they brought in a woman bartender, the whole thing changed. It changed the whole dynamic.
Yep.
Now you're flirting with the bartender. And let me tell you something. When my first job in Florida was building a nursing home, and my boss told me, I was one of the superintendents, that there was to be no hiring of women labor at all. None. And back then I couldn't figure out why. After like a few months, he told me, because he's like, it doesn't matter what the woman looks like. She could be a crack hoe. There's going to be guys. It's going to interrupt the flow of work, period. So there was no such thing as women laborers. He just didn't want it. It was going to interrupt is what it was. And there would have been an issue. Again, any woman watching, it's not a woman bashing thing. It's just when you have a group of men and you insert a woman into that group of men, it interrupts the dynamics. It interrupts the flow. It interrupts the interaction of the men because you now become the focus. That's just mostly male, that's the way men are.
It's polarity, man. She's opposite. She's draws their attention. Yeah. It's rough. It messes up. Workplace integration has really complicated things for guys. The sales force is usually more male. You add a woman into it, it certainly changes the nature of dialogue, the nature of drive, and all that stuff. Very difficult to deal with in a lot of corporations these days because there are no male spaces. The women, and you want to get transgenders and women in Boy Scouts. You know what I mean? Like Boy Scouts, little boys just learn how to tie knots. That's not allowed. You know what I mean? And it's real intense where we're at right now. And guys have no place where they can be a man and learn how to be a man. See, the thing is, when you enter a woman into a male space, is men then ratchet up the desire to perform, to demonstrate their worthiness of that woman or whatever. And then it becomes a different sort of scenario. And you got to protect those things. I run an online men's thing. I've had women ask to join it. And we're like, no, we can't. This is for men. You know, if we brought a woman into it, it'd go against everything we're trying to accomplish. And we need male spaces back. Absolutely.
Do y'all remember Elliot Hulse's grounding camp? I believe it was. He had to stop bringing women into the grounding camps because it turned into like, you know, people were sleeping together. You know what I mean? It's like the minute they bring the women in, it's like it just completely became something different than his intentions, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Saturday, I don't know if anybody knows, but I'm going to Bond, which is Jesse's event in Orlando. And that's the Brotherhood of a New Destination, I believe is the actual name of it. Is that correct, Primal Man? Bond is Brotherhood of a New Destination.
Yeah, New Destiny, right? Brotherhood of a New Destiny.
Yeah, our new destiny. So one thing though that Jesse has is that there are no women allowed in the actual convention. Now, when he has church on Sunday, yeah, women are allowed, but he wants men to have that space, which is important. And I know he was super impressed that, you know, how 21 convention was run by all men, pretty much all men. So, and he was really impressed with that, the way every bit of 21 was men working together. And he thought that was very, very rare. So, but I'm going to bring on Mr. Finn. There's no avatar. So there he is.
Hey, the real Mr. Finn.
Did you see your
doppelganger?
Mr. Finn?
Mr. Finn's doppelganger?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Finn jumped on the stream and showed a bunch of dicks.
Oh man!
So you got a fake fake out there. You know that, right?
I guess that's a good sign that I'm growing, then, huh?
Yeah,
I'll take that as a positive sign. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, your mic sounds a little weird tonight. I'm not sure why. It sounds a little muffled.
It's not on.
Is that better?
Nah, you're pulling from your computer almost certainly.
Yeah.
Just go over to select your sound source.
Yeah, Mr. Finn, on Primal Man's stream on Monday night, Mr. Finn's avatar came up. And he was in the chat earlier. And then when his avatar came up, Primal Man let him on. I think you stepped away for a second.
I turned my head. As soon as I seen Finn, I put him right on. Like, didn't even think twice. I turned my head. Next thing you know, I see some male genitalia out the corner of my eye, just kind of gliding across the screen, ever so gracefully. Oh, wow. And then they warned me about it. It was up there for a little while, but I was just whatever.
Yeah, wow. So Mr. Finn's avatar got hacked. So
wow. All right, I'll take that as a compliment. I mean, I don't know. I'm growing. I'm trying to grow.
Yeah. Was that yours? Somebody came on with me.
Somebody came on with you too.
Yeah, somebody came on with me.
I was ready for that one though.
Yeah.
That one didn't quite look right, but I'm like, you never know. Tony might want to jump back in, and then I was like, no, this ain't him. Saw the guy's face though. Saw his face.
That's funny. We got to have like some certain like passwords or keywords that we know, like even in the chat, like like eagle, and I have to be like landing or something. I don't know.
The Tony pills entering the stream again. Maybe that'll work.
Timmy Kramer. Actually, I hear through the media and everything else about Girls' Night Out phenom. Where in the back is this men's night out? Men aren't gathering. That's true.
Our church has a men's night out once a month.
That's great.
We get out. Sometimes Bible study, but sometimes we just go down to a local bar and all hang out, talk politics, talk life, talk stuff. You know what I mean? Just it's not always, you know.
Here's kind of an example. Got a haircut at a barber college today. It's mostly young guys training, but one of the barbers was obese girl in late 30s, apparently a male customer, came in 2 days in a row just so he could see her. So he got his haircut twice. Yeah. So that kind of shows you, yeah.
I go to a local barber just because it's two guys that do it. It's like old school, you know, and I take my sons there. And when they ask, what do you want to do with your hair? We just say, make us look better. What do you want? Make us look better, man. Make my kids look better. And then we sit down and talk to them, and we all just sit there. It's like old school barber. We just talk about what's going on in the community and sports and stuff. It's absolutely awesome. This is the greatest thing ever. I love taking my boys to get a haircut because it's just me and two guys talking local politics and local sports, and I live for it. It's wonderful.
That's the way I grew up. My dad always, his second job was a barber. And as a youngster, I used to go over to the barber shop and just sit in like the, sit off to the side, read comic books and just listen to the dirty jokes and all the barber shop talk and lingo. Same thing when my dad used to go to work out and do his martial arts. I used to just sit off to the side. But I always liked that it was just the male space, and again, any woman watching this, it's not a woman hating club. It's not what it's called, but men need their spaces. Yeah. All women don't to be in a man's space.
They know that. Women know that.
Men and women are different. It's okay to be a man. It's okay to be a woman, period. Plain and simple.
Yeah.
Mr. Finn,
yes.
Let's welcome you, and let's welcome you properly. Good to see you. Glad you're on tonight. I know you belong to a brotherhood for sure. The Fraternity of Excellence. I know you belong to that. That's a brotherhood for sure. But give us your definition of a brotherhood. What is it? What is it to you? And what other brotherhoods besides the FOE are you consider a brotherhood?
Well, I see a brotherhood as a group of men who each and all have each other's back, and every single person in the group brings something to the group. We're all different, and we all have different backgrounds and different skill sets. And the idea is you take and you give. You go into the group to better yourselves, and then you also take from the group from others that offer others. I think about that proverb, iron sharpens iron, So men need to be with a good group of men. And oftentimes, I've said this even with students of mine, we don't choose the family we're born into. That's why you have sometimes lots of problems within family structure. But the friends that we have are the family that we create. And you got that old saying, right? I know who you are by the company you keep, right? Birds of a feather. I know you guys know I'm going to be leaving soon. I'm going to Rio next week to deal with the consulate. And if everything goes well, which I don't see why it wouldn't, I should be moving back to the States in November. And the funny thing is, people keep asking me, what is it I'm going to miss the most when I leave Brazil? And it's going to be the friends that I've made. I have a good group of quality men that twice a month, whatever, we get together, have some beers and talk. And, the funny thing is, like, I hear Michael Foster talking about his group and his men night out group. And I really want that. I'm a member of a church out here, but I haven't really been able to go since all this nonsense has happened within the last year and a half, because we have two kids and we have no support of our kids, and they don't really can watch our kids. So I haven't been involved. And at the same time, as much as I've grown in that church, I start to get the sensation that it's become very sensationalized and more based around kind of like the sparkle and glamour and music and the size of the congregation rather than the because I'm a does that make sense? So when I move back to the States, I want to try to find because this is what I'm gonna miss. I am a part of the Fraternity of Excellence, and it's a great group of guys. We meet Zoom like 2-3 times a week, but that's not the same as getting together with guys, shaking hands, that bro hug, and that I have that here with the group of guys, and that's what I'm gonna miss the most. So I'm gonna go back.
You mean amigos?
Okay, yeah, that's it. Yeah. And see, so talking about that, so like brotherhood, you're with a group of guys that are going to count. They're going to call you on your shit. They're not a bunch of just like yes men, just like accept everything you do or say. They're going to call you when you're doing things, you're out of line or doing things wrong, and vice versa. So when I leave here, I'm going to miss that, and I got to try to find. I want to try to find a nice small church. Are you able
to say what state you're going back to?
I'm going to go back to Southern California at first because that's where my family's from. I know, but I know, bro. Hold on.
SoCal?
Hold on. I know. Hold on.
Why not Nazi Germany?
Don't come to Florida. You won't like it here.
No, I would. But no, hold on. I'm going there at first because that's where I'm from. And that's where I got like family and a mom and a place to stay where I can.
Kick him off, Tony, right now. He's from California.
Hold on, man. Hold on. I'm gonna go there at first to get my feet under me. I need to figure out what I'm gonna do because I need to get myself reestablished financially. I'm gonna try to continue what I'm doing here, there, but it's gonna be harder because the exchange rate is very big. So I need to go to a place where I have some time to figure things out and to reestablish a foundation, a launch pad. Make sense? Mm-hmm. And then my end game probably within. Hopefully no longer than a year, maybe 2 years tops. I'm shooting for South Dakota, so I won't be too far from you, Foster. Like
South Dakota sucks, dude. You ever been there before?
No, I haven't. But you know why I want to go there? Because
I used to live in North Dakota. Minot.
So the reason why South Dakota is calling to me is right, just like Florida and Texas, it's got a great governor, and they never closed down and locked down. Never mandated masks. It's pretty free still. And besides that, my brother is there with his wife and 3 kids that are my kids' ages. And so my whole focus of moving back to the States is kind of circling the wagons and bringing family closer together. And my kids here, they really have no one except for my wife and I, and they're young. They're 5. My son will be 5 in 2 weeks, and my daughter's 2.5. And my brother's kids are close to my kids' age. So that's the main reason I'm going to South Dakota. No, it's going to be closer to Sioux Falls, a little north. My brother lives outside of Watertown, so somewhere in that area. And who knows where I'll go from there? Maybe I'll go to Florida. You know why, Tony? Because I gotta work in Florida because Brazilians are in Florida. I speak Portuguese and I'm an English teacher, but I'm gonna try. My aim is to continue on developing this community online classes, which I've developed with this last year and a half. The deal is how I can make a business out of it, an official business out of it. Because right now I do it here, but it's like the Wild West in Brazil. I don't really claim what I earn,
Yeah, so. I mean, again, anybody, I always joke about it. I tell people, do not move to Florida. I always put not in capital letters. We have such an incredible governor, but he really is. I mean, the guy is just, he's fighting for us.
I tell you what, Florida is a nice spot to be because like I said, the only reason why I'm leaving here is because I'm trying to do what's better for my family and my kids. But in all honesty, there's no real reason for me to leave where I'm at in Brazil because I make a pretty decent living. I'm able to have my wife at home, being a homemaker and raising my kids, and I'm able to sustain everything with what I do. So there's no real financial reason to leave. The reason why I'm leaving is for family. I tell you what, man, I'd even shoot for Ohio and just be involved in Michael Foster's church because I really want to be involved in a strong church. And
well, this is big news by the bald bastard. He's just informing us that Florida is full. Right? We're full, so disregard anything that I said. We full. So.
We're not thoughtful in Southern Ohio, we'll accept you with open arms. You can, for a $250,000, you can get 30 acres and a 4-bedroom house in Brown County, and that's about 20 minutes from our church. Sit out there, we'll help
Wait,
you out.
how much, Foster?
Probably
Much?
about a $250,000, 250. Now in Claremont County, where I'm at, it's gonna be a little bit higher than that because we've brought so much attention here. Our church is about 175 people.
Yeah.
I think we'll probably double this time next year.
So
You
But,
said 75?
there next
75?
year. Let's say I wanna move-
175.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Say
let's say I
again,
want to
Tony.
move there next year. What will 200,000 get me? I don't need 4 bedrooms.
200,000. It gets you at
And
least.
it doesn't have to be that close to you. In other words, let's say
200,000 is going to get you
40, 50 mile radius.
Oh yeah, well 40. Oh man, at least 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, 1,500 square feet,
Beautiful.
3/4 of an acre lot, a decent area. Be nice,
No, I don't
pretty
want
house.
I want it in the woods.
What's that now?
I want the woods, man.
You can get some now around here. That's all we got. Woods,
Yeah,
hills.
I want
That's what I'm talking about.
I want about 20, 30 acres, about a 1,200 square foot house with 2 small outbuildings. That's what
That's
I want.
250. That's 250 to 350,
Beautiful.
depending on where you're at.
Any of you men familiar with North Carolina?
Yeah, that's that state just a little bit north of South Carolina.
Yeah.
More than that, besides that.
I used to live in South Carolina. I'd get up to North Carolina every once in a while. Get up there to
what
Charlotte.
do you think about outside the
well,
big city, like small towns such as like
it's like any area. Like if my house was 70 miles south of where I am right now, it would be worth 4 times the amount of money it's worth. If my house was, maybe, if the same house was, say, like 100 miles north, it'd probably be about the same price. So it's location when it comes.
I'll be back, fellas. I gotta go ahead. I'll be right back.
When it comes to your, as far as like what you get for your money, and for me, eventually I'd like to find something where I can have 30 acres and be able to shoot my AR-15 right off my back porch.
That's the dream.
Yeah. I mean, that's what when I moved here, that's what I could do. I used to hunt out my bedroom window on the second floor. We could just shoot wherever we wanted. That's what I was used to. And I think sometime soon I'd like to go back to that. Don't get me wrong. I love living near the beach, and the beach is across the street. It's a great thing, but I think the fact that I'd like one time not to hear leaf blowers and lawnmowers.
You really hate leaf blowers, don't you?
With a passion.
Noise pollution, bro.
It's just the cringiest sound that when you hear it 24/7, it's like enough is enough.
I couldn't imagine that.
Come to Florida.
Where I live out here, we don't have the leaf blowers, but I tell you what, we have these trucks with these massive speakers on it, driving 5 miles per hour down the street, blasting their advertisements for the supermarket, and try to give an online class or try to record something to do. It's just, and everything's here, everything's concrete, so it echoes the sound. It doesn't insulate it at all. It's a pain it's just a pain.
Yeah, let me say hi to X Viper. X Viper, good to see you, bro, man. That was a good stream you had, man. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Good job, man. Good to see you, man. Appreciate you coming on. Appreciate the support for sure.
Caduceus too.
Yeah, Caduceus. What about the Ozarks? Absolutely, man. That's where I've been looking. It's funny you say that because I found it was at the I'm going to say it was in November of last year. I found a beautiful house in Arkansas. When I say beautiful, it was a 1,200 square foot house, 2 bedrooms, 2 outbuildings on about 28, I think it was 28, 30 acres. It was $57,000.
Wow.
And I kept checking on it, It's up where Frank Pesci lives. I think he's in Tennessee, but it's kind of in Tornado Alley, but it's $57,000. But it sold after about a month and a half. And I kept checking it, but there's a ton of them. But yeah, man, it's either Arkansas or, I guess there's 2 ways of saying that, right? How do you say Arkansas? Or
Arkansas.
I only know as Arkansas.
You never heard Arkansas?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the dream, I mean, to get some nice rural land in a red state, where you have some of your rights protected instead of abused. And I would love to go to a place like that too, but right now, because my kids are so little, I'm looking at a place where I've got family and that kind of support, mainly with my kids and stuff. But that's what and out there, like South Dakota, it's open land. Like where my brother lives, it's just open. He lives on a buffalo ranch.
Yeah, West Virginia is another place too that's pretty.
Beautiful.
It's a small state, right? Very small, correct?
Yeah, smaller than Florida.
Yeah. So, but yeah, they're out there. The only thing is, I just don't want a whole lot of snow.
Yeah. Well, I think as long as you stay south there, hug the Gulf, you shouldn't get any.
Texas, Arkansas, that area to me is I think is a good place to go, where you won't hear weed eaters and everything else.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a family. Let me just say real quick, anybody wants to join the stream, Caduceus, or anybody else wants to jump on and chat. We're talking about the brotherhood. To me, like when we talk about brotherhood, I want to say that I'll bet you in these smaller towns, you will have a closer brotherhood with people because people are more friendly. People don't tend to walk by. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Bigger cities, people don't say hi to each other, or they don't interact the way you would want to. I know in big cities, you say hi to somebody, they look at you, get like 4 heads.
Yeah, in big cities, I've noticed people have this like holier than thou attitude. Everyone thinks they're more important than everybody else, and their schedule and what they got going on is more important than everybody else around them. So there's no real common courtesy or decency when it comes to the traffic or interaction. Just like they say hi, they look at you funny, like, what? Who are you? And nowadays, too, everyone has their face down in their phones when they're walking and stuff, when they're sitting at a restaurant, at a table, at a bus stop. It's like nobody interacts anymore. Everybody's connected and disconnected at the same time.
But interaction is important, okay?
Totally.
I don't know about you, but like even today when I was at the grocery store, I made corned beef last night while I was sleeping. And of course, I didn't have any Russian dressing or any Swiss cheese or any sauerkraut, so I could make some Reubens. And just going to the market, I always like speak to the cashier, like, "Hey, how are you? How's things going? You having a good day?" And they look at you like you got 3 heads, in a good way, because then they're talking to you. You could see they weren't happy. But when you just interact with somebody, how they just pop a smile on their face, and so interact is important.
They're not used to it. They're not used to it.
Yeah, people have their heads down, don't like to talk.
Out here, I like to talk to people in English at first and kind of get them flustered. Like, I'm some gringo here, and try to get them to do business with me. And they don't know. And I look at them like, there's nobody English, nobody. And then they really start freaking out. And then I start speaking to them in Portuguese. And they're like, why didn't you speak Portuguese? I was like, well, because I wanted to show you, you know. And part of it is like a marketing skill. Like, come on, you want to learn English? That's what I do. But to kind of show them too, it's like, because where I live is a capital city in the state, and it's a coastal city. So you have foreigners and people that come. Not at this time of the year because it's just rainy and ugly. But it's very rare to find people out of the blue that just
Since
speak English.
you're in Brazil, so let me ask you a question. What types of brotherhoods do you find that since you obviously lived in the United States, are brotherhoods different in Brazil? In other words,
I don't.
is there a distinct difference between the way men interact with each other there?
Here, I don't think they even consider it brotherhoods, but you do have like these cliques, and you got guys they like to hang out. They like to hang out and drink. Brazilians they like to find any excuse to hang out and just have fun, drink and eat snacks. They call it fishing, petiscando, like finger food, just sitting there. They have these botecos, right? These places that they go and hang out at, and a lot of nonsense talk, just like, you know, chit chatting, and it's very, very common here.
What did you call it? Not a bodega? Not a bodega.
Yeah, it's like a bodega, but here in Portuguese they call it a boteco. Botecos. I'm saying it with the American accent. It's called botecos. And there's spots you go and you drink beer, you drink whiskey, and you eat snacks. All kinds of like snacks that go great with you know, beer and things. And it's very common. Every weekend people do this. I mean, some people do it every day. It's like they live for that. And the culture here is very warm people. So they lots of hugs. Even the guys, lots of hugs, belly slaps. And the funny thing about Brazilians, and I kind of crack jokes about it all the time, you and my own wife, they say like goodbye 50 times. It's like a half hour goodbye. Mm-hmm. It's like, I'm going to go, they're going to go, and then they're saying goodbye, and they're still talking as they walk to the door, and they still say goodbye, and they say goodbye, and they stand outside, and they're still saying, and I'm like, dude, and they think I'm rude because when I say goodbye, I'm out the door. Like, all right, guys, it's been fun. I have not assimilated that well in 12 years still in that aspect.
I used to get calls. Like, I come from an Italian family, so I used to get calls. You left, you didn't tell nobody bye. I might have told like hugged and kissed 10 people bye. I get a call from my aunt. Oh, she's mad at you. You didn't tell her bye. You didn't kiss her neck, you know? Or you didn't hug her neck and kiss her.
Yeah. So, I mean, to answer your question, Tony, it's like that. I don't know if they have like these brotherhoods, but you got these groups of guys, they're friends, and this is what they do. They hang out, they drink, and they talk.
What's the origin of the word, like a tapas menu? Because he said tapa time. Is that what that means? I'm sure.
That's a Spanish thing.
Is it Spanish?
It's a Spanish thing.
You've never heard tapas menus?
No. Yeah, tapas
It's
is
just like what you're talking about. It's all like small finger foods.
Oh, totally. Okay, yeah.
Here, I'll type it in the chat. Here, it's called petiscos. That's the kind of finger food. You can look it up on a translator. Petiscos, right? Like petiscos. And it's
go ahead.
No, it's just it's just like this finger food, this little snacks you eat.
Do y'all have mofongo out there?
I don't know what that is.
That's Puerto Rican.
It's Puerto Rican, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's totally Puerto Rican. I've had mofongo.
You know what? You know one of the things that they have out here, and I love it. And every time I go to one of these places, I order it all the time. It's tripa. It's fried pork intestines with the farofa, like a mandioca flour and lemon on it. It is so good. It's crunchy and chewy at the same time. It is so good. Have that with a couple of beers and smoking a cigar. It's hard to smoke a cigar though here because people don't like the smoke in their face, and you have to go to places very, very open and spacious. But I love it.
Yeah, I love empanadas. I love also tamales. Absolutely love them. Empanadas, tamales. Empanadas, when they're done right, they are really good.
Yeah, I prefer the Latin ones than the Brazilian empanadas. The empanadas here, they're pretty good, but I find the dough really dry. Yeah, tripa's the best. I love tripa. It's
Oh,
like it's fried pork intestines.
Oh, okay. So it's tripe.
Okay, yeah. Here it's
I mean, that
so
must be the
good.
original word. When I saw that, I'm like tripa, so that's tripe.
It's
Italians eat tripe, which is all the organs, you know.
Yeah, here also in the Northeast they have a dish that's common in these places called buchada. And buchada is like it's a stomach lining filled with all the organ meat, you know, like heart and tongue and whatever. And it's sewed up and it's served in a sauce. It's actually pretty good too.
Sounds like haggis from
Yeah,
Scotland.
it's kind of like that. Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's pretty good.
You know what's funny is organ meats are actually really good. People just don't want to eat them. I mean, I've had all sorts of kinds that were really good. Now I don't like liver, but I love liverwurst.
That's funny. I like living onions. You know what's big out here, and I used to not understand it when I first moved here. It's eating chicken hearts. I used to think to myself, "What are you guys doing? Why are you not just eating the chicken? Just you're eating the hearts."
Yeah.
But nowadays, I love them. It's like meat popcorn.
Yeah, we've got a couple of Spanish places around here that served like the chicken hearts, and the first time I ever had them, you know what I mean? I'm like, oh, that's not that good. That's like going to be disgusting. Just
delicious.
Absolutely mind-blowing food.
Delicious. Yeah, it's delicious. Yeah. I love it.
Tripe tongue. You know, the only thing I've never had on what Uncle Gunn said is tongue.
Lingua.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I think because I got traumatized as a kid. I remember my grandma, because my mom is Portuguese, right? My grandma, they're from the Azore Islands. And I remember coming in the kitchen and it smelled really good. Like, oh, what are you cooking on, Paul? And I opened up the pot and I saw this giant tongue sitting there. And I just like, what the hell?
Cow brain tacos. Yeah, I've seen that before too. I think like all those different things that obviously it's the way they're prepared.
True.
You know, that's going to be the most important thing. Anything. I mean, I can tell you a story about, it was in Puerto Rico and we were surfing, me and my buddy. In fact, my buddy who works with me pretty much every day, we had stopped at this taco stand and we were in the middle of nowhere. And we got some sort of fried taco thing. And when we bit into it, you know, we got back in the truck, started driving, we bit into this and it was so bad. And just, it was so bad.
What was it?
I have no clue. We just tried anything. It didn't matter. You know, I'm a trisexual. I'll try anything. So
it's probably a rat.
It was absolutely. It was so. And the best part is we stopped. Of course, you got to get the taste out of your mouth. That's the most important thing. So we threw it down, and you know, in Puerto Rico and Costa Rica, I'm sure in Brazil, there's dogs everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
The dogs wouldn't eat it. What does that tell you?
That something's wrong with the meat.
The dogs they weren't cannibals.
They took a sniff and they wouldn't eat it when we threw it out. We stopped and like you got to get the taste out of your mouth. It's that.
Like, oh, this is what happened to Fredo.
Of course, we don't take a bite after driving like a couple miles. It smells great. Boy, this is going to be good. You know, and then. You know, what are you going to go? Ask for your 25 cents back?
Yeah. You know what's funny? Living out here, I do miss good Mexican food. There's one spot here where I live. It's not so authentic, but it's better than nothing. But I do, growing up in Southern California, right there, I used to eat really good tortas, those sandwiches, al pastor, tacos, the good authentic fish tacos. I miss that stuff. Horchata. That rice milk drink. You don't get that out here.
I got to give a shout out to Hold the Truth Hostage. Here he is. The Fuck Caduceus shirt. Order now in Brazil. Only $9.99 plus $99 shipping. The Tony Bruno leather jacket. Only one trip to his fist in your face to see it. I love it, man. I love it. That is great. I have to Hold the Truth Hostage. I'm going to put this up just for you tonight. I'm going to run this. I'm going to go ahead. I've been working on this. Me and Primal Man and Gonzo's not here tonight. but we're going to drop this tonight, and it's just for everybody that is watching tonight. Here we go. Boom. There it is. You guys watching?
Oh yeah, that's
Yep.
back.
Yeah, we're not playing tonight. How to Meet a High Value Woman, $7.99, volume 1 through 10. Tonight only. Get it now. Free overnight shipping. Yeah. And I've got to thank Primal Man because he was a big part of putting this together. I know he spent a lot of sleepless nights getting this together. And I really want to thank him because I was really responsible for volumes 1 through 5. And I know Gonzo did a lot of work on it also. And then really Primal Man worked on 5 through 10, which was how to keep the high value woman.
Yeah.
Now I'll teach you how to get them. And Primal Man in volumes 5 through 10 will teach you how to keep them.
Yeah.
And then volume 10 itself, just so you know, this is a spoiler, is what happens if you lose them. Okay? What you do is you buy it again and go back to volume 1. Correct?
Yeah. You know, Tony, the driving force with the work that we put into this is saving lives.
It really is. It really is. Yeah. And we're not playing tonight. So again, I think it was John Boston. He paid for overnight shipping and we didn't even offer it. So I really do appreciate him doing that. But yeah, overnight shipping on this tonight. I have no clue how we're going to ship it, but I will guarantee to you tonight and tonight only, it's free.
Yeah, Boston just left the only review that we got, Tony.
Yep. Yeah.
So far.
Yeah. Again, the first 5 volumes, we condensed this. And tell them how many volumes it actually was.
13.
13. Yeah.
Yeah.
We condensed it to 10.
Yeah.
What was the original price of all 10 volumes?
Wasn't it $9.99?
It was $29.99.
Oh.
$29.99. Remember, one volume was $4.99, but we're giving you 1 through 10. 1 through 5 is how to meet a high value woman. And then 5, Primal Man has some great stuff. And I think there's a video course on there, how to keep the woman. But in volume 10, that was condensed. Now he condensed 13 to 10. So that's actually 4 volumes into one final that if you do lose her, you go back to number 1.
Always.
And that's real important.
Are you going to share the bonus volume or are you going to tell them about the bonus volume or we're going to save that for the special edition?
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that tonight. We won't do that.
Okay.
But yeah, new course dropping tonight. I had to drop this in there. How to Meet a High Value Woman, $7.99, and that's volumes 1 through 10. This is a $29.99, $2,999 volume tonight only. Get it now for free overnight shipping.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's all I can do. I can't do anymore.
That's great.
That's a good deal.
I just wonder if there's anybody else. Is there a section that upsells to the S tier woman court? Of course. Absolutely. Yeah. We're not playing tonight. Yeah.
Every T was crossed. Every I was dotted. Believe me, fellas.
Yeah, Mr. C, you're right. This is groundbreaking. I love this. I love that. Groundbreaking. You couldn't have put it any better. Yeah.
Revolutionary.
Yep. Exactly. See, he's got it. This is the buildup. This is what we do here. We're building you up to tear you down. We're gonna build you up to break you down to build you up. And then when you get to volume 10, you're broke down again. You go back to volume 1, and guess what? You're right back up there again.
Gonzo's working on a couple of books too to throw in.
Yeah. Oh no, we're gonna have merch. Don't you worry. Yeah. Oh, merch is coming. Oh, the merch is coming. We ain't playing tonight. It ain't gonna be like that. So I just thought I'd throw that in there. And again, read that what that says. Get it now, free overnight shipping. I have no clue how we're getting it free to you overnight, but I guarantee it will be there by the morning. When you wake up, volume 1 will be staring you right in the face. Hallelujah.
Amazing.
Amazing is right. Absolutely. In fact, let's ask Jesse what he thinks of this course. Where is he?
Amazing. Amazing.
Oh, Lord. All right. Well, I'm going to take the banner down, just so you guys know. So anybody else wants to see it, just let me know. So anyways, let's get back on track to brotherhood. Now that I dropped that course again, I'll put a link sometime tonight. I'm going to I'll call it a secret link. And when you click on that link, just be prepared, because minds will be blown. Yeah.
Hold the Truth he caught on to it, Tony. We didn't even expect anybody to realize what we did, but HTTH picked up on it.
There it is. Yep. I wish I had a sound effect that went. Yeah, so I pinned the link to the top here, so anybody wants to jump on. Again, we're talking about the brotherhood and a brotherhood, on what it's about. Of course, we're having a little fun right now, and that's great. That's what it's all about, too. But yeah, the stream is wide open right now. Right now, all the gloves are off, and let's do it.
This has Saturday night, get it off your chest vibes on it.
Yeah, well, I'm sitting in my Saturday night, get it off your chest spot. I mean, think about it.
Yep.
You know, we got the Marshall amp. We got the guitar right here. Just anybody wants to see one of my guitars. Yeah, this is the Saturday night, get it off your chest. So we're going to finish, we'll finish up with Thursday night, get it off your chest tonight. So, but the link is pinned. Anybody wants to jump on. Again, I'd love your, and in all honesty, I would love your opinions and your thoughts on brotherhood and how important it is to forge those brotherhoods. Let me ask you guys a question. I know the bald bastard brought up a great point earlier, like in a brotherhood, about accountability. I'm big on holding myself accountable. I don't think that somebody needs to hold me accountable now. If it is necessary. In fact, do you know the last person that I've asked to hold me accountable is sitting on this panel right here? Yeah. And I told him to check me on one specific thing. We won't get into what it was, but I told him, I said, you check me on that, will you? And that's rare for me. But for me, I consider him a brother. So for me to put that faith in him, say, okay, I trust him enough to where he's going to check me on this situation. So what do you think, Mr. Finn?
I think that's
as far as
I think that's really.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's really important. Like I had said before, part of having a brotherhood is having that group of men that you can count on and that can call you on your shit. Like sometimes, sometimes maybe someone wants to be like a poser or they're pretending to be something that they're not. And, when you're in a brotherhood, it's not a place to be wearing masks or to be fake. And it's a group of guys that you count on and they count on you. You get from them and you give at the same time. So I think it's really important. So accountability is a big thing with us men, and especially if you want to be part of a brotherhood. You got to carry your own weight, right? Otherwise, you're just dead weight.
But the Bible calls it rebuke your brother if you need to, but do so in private.
I think
it's necessary.
There's a form of accountability, like when you're, again, like I said, I hold myself accountable, but if somebody does want to check me or I want to check somebody else, I'm not big on checking other people. I will. In my business, I will, but personally, I tend to back off on people.
But that's people. But that's other people. But in a group, in the brotherhood, when you have a group of guys that you are akin to, I think that's called for. Mm-hmm. I think that's called for.
Yeah.
I want to welcome Hold the Truth hostage. Here he is.
There he is.
Y'all doing, man?
Good to see you.
Just
Good to see you.
you shut off this air conditioner. My bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. What y'all talking about? That is deep, man. You know, to me, like Mr. Finn was saying, man, it's. I think they're afraid of us actually having a brotherhood, man, because then if you have a brotherhood, it's harder for them to manipulate you through a sexuality that would come through a relationship. You know, it's kind of like when Tony said, you know, why when I was talking, we were talking a little through the comment section. I think this is why they canceled the Boy Scouts, because they're afraid that if men only need one another's validation, they could think clearly, and then it's harder to manipulate them through emotion. You know, I don't know what y'all think about that. You know?
I think that's valid. I think we as men don't really rely so much on emotion, but it has to do with character, and like we men, we're valued for what we do and you know, and what we bring to the table. And when it comes to a brotherhood, like I had mentioned, we all come from different backgrounds and have different skill sets, and we all should bring something to the table, and then each one of us takes what we need and we feed off each other. And women and stuff, they're all based on emotion and manipulation, and like my wife gets pissed off at me because I don't understand her feelings sometimes. Like, what the fuck? I mean, what do you expect? I mean, I'm very rational and I'm logical and I don't get emotional. You know?
That's the issue. That's not an issue, but that's the difference. Is men are logical, men are fixers, and we don't run off emotion, or at least we try not to run off emotion. You know, we try to be realistic and logical, and that's very important. But to me, that's when you do find a good woman or a woman that's genuine, those emotions are what makes her a woman. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that, you know. But you, like Mr. Finn, as a leader in your family, you know how to deal with her emotions.
Most of the time.
That's yeah. Well, no, I agree. I mean, it's going to be most of the time, you know. But women are emotional, and it's not a knock on women. That's the way they're made up, and that's okay. That's why men and women are different. To me, yeah, that's a balance. That's the yin and the yang, for sure. But to me, that's what is that's what attracts. To me, that's what is attractive to a woman. Okay, is because they are emotional. You know, like there's no man wants to see a woman cry. I don't care if the woman is, you know, is 15 years old or 105 years old. It still tends to affect a man because they are emotional. You know, but you know, I think Pat Stedman's the only one that says is that as men, we don't want to, how do I put this? I got to put this the right way. I want to paraphrase Pat. Basically what he says is to understand women, you have to dip your toes into the feminine a bit so you can understand women. And the problem is if you don't do that, you won't understand and be able to comprehend the emotional side of them. So that's pretty important. We don't want to be emotional. We don't want to dive into the feminine. You want to dip your toe into it. Basically test the temperature of the water and then pull your foot back out. That's it. That's all you need to do.
To me, man, the way I look at it, you know, just to piggyback on what you know, what Tony was saying, Mr. Finn was saying, I think a lot of women, they're pressured, man. They're pressured to seek out an emotional response from you, when in reality, the key to a stable relationship is you being logical. When she gets caught up in her emotions, you're the healer. If you have two emotional people, all you're gonna get is conflict and their energy just canceling one another out. And a lot of women have been too invested into the agenda to see that a man isn't supposed to be overtly emotional, because then he becomes less useful as a man. We're here to figure out issues that's going on that's physical. We're more physical orientated versus emotional, because we're not weak at, and it's no disrespect, it's just that women can only shape the world through their emotions, and that's an internal thing While we, you know, if a chick comes to you, you know, why aren't you emotional? You're looking at your hands like, well, I can't build or fix anything with emotion. So we're always focused on what can we do to affect the world physically. And I think she just needs to understand that, you know, your logical responses are, in all honesty, what's healing her. And that's what I think a lot of women, with all the agenda pushed out on them, they don't get that. The rock, a man can't be a rock if he's emotion. You know, that won't be able to build anything, man. You know.
One of the things, at least here, right, and recently, because lots of things, like our world is shaking and shifting right now in my home, because we're making a big move right now. And I noticed that my wife, it shakes her up and she gets upset. And a couple of times when I've had to sit down with her, I let her know, look, you're getting like this because you're trying to take on the responsibilities that are mine.
Yeah.
And it's leaving you, it's making you unstable and secure. I said, and I use Jack Donovan's term as far as like the campfire and the perimeter. I was like, I need you in the core, in the center with the kids in the home, and you just let me be in the perimeter and deal with that stuff. The problem is when you start to take on my roles, because you know, women, they need that security, they need that insurance, and what we're going to be doing here, there's really none. And it causes her, what she thinks about that, to get insecure. And I let her know, like, look at me, do I look stressed? She's like, no. I said, so rely on that. Do I look worried? She's like, no, rely on that. Because I told her there's no guarantee in life, there's no certainty. And I told her, like, I'm certain, I'm your guarantee, and just rely on that. And that would help calm her down. Because I noticed that, because the society nowadays tells women that they got to take charge and they got to do this and they got to do that. And okay, there's some things they can't take charge in. And coming from the family aspect of it, I try to remind her, listen, taking charge and being in the front is my job, and it's what I'm doing. And making these decisions and big things is my responsibility. I need you in the core. I need you here to make sure that, you know, the center and the campfire is okay. Well, I'm out there fighting off the wolves and the bears and the mountain lions, and, you know, and filtering what comes in as far as information and anything that can disrupt her and the kids. So I've noticed that aspect sometimes, because she comes from a super leftist feminist woman, my mother-in-law. So to give my wife credit, she does an amazing job of having had a very poor example. But sometimes I see my mother-in-law, kind of her attitude pop up in her, and I got to snuff it out as soon as I can. I got to nip it in the butt, you know, and try to reground her. And that has helped a lot of times with the stress. And then on the other hand, sometimes when because she just came back from a big trip doing the examinations in a different city all the way to the other end of the country, and she was freaking out about it, and I didn't register that, because to me it's no big deal. You go and you take care of it, come back. And that turned into a big thing because I wasn't understanding her emotions and feelings. So I had to kind of just listen. And that I noticed that's a big thing, because apparently I lack in that empathy department. Well, shit, I mean, that's not how I'm wired in a way. So
Well, to me, dude, you know, one thing you said, man, in my opinion, a lot of men need to understand. One thing you said, the most important thing you said, is you're the source of stability, man. And a lot of women just don't understand that. Why are you, you know, why are you seeking to satisfy these politics that aren't at home? They're not the ones cooking for you when you're sick. You know, they're not the one helping you or, you know, building something. They're chaos and they're not at the home. You know, I think a lot of women, there's so much marketing and advertisement to destabilize the man and not understand that, you know, rain or snow, you know, new president, old president, that man, as, you know, as Mr. Finn said, is you're the source of stability. You know, I look at it as, you know, if you had to compare things, the man is the sun and the woman is the earth, you know. And what happens if the sun doesn't rise, man? You know, the earth is gone, man. Everything dies, man. You're the source of stability, and a lot of women just don't understand that this man isn't being disrespectful. It's just that society is hardwiring you to turn against someone. A lot of women just don't understand. You can sleep and not worry. How many people can say they could just sleep next to someone and have no reason to worry? You know, that's a major blessing that most women don't understand. That, you know, you sleep at a home and you don't worry. Anything happens, that man's getting up. He's not even gonna tell you. Man's just gonna get up to handle what's going on. And I think this is why what Tony's saying, the brotherhood things, they fear us men talking this way and coming from different, you know, approaches of approaching life, but we can logically align to each other. You know, Mr. Finn's married, you know, not all of us are married, but we can understand and sit back and say, you know what, analyze what he's gone through and give you something where it's more logic.
Yep.
And, you know,
One thing I've learned though too is we think logically. We think our thought is very linear and progressive, and our women don't get logic. So I have learned in a way like how do I message what I'm trying to get to her where she understands it, because I've tried to use the logic aspect where, like, to me it makes total sense, and it doesn't register. It just doesn't register.
Well, the one thing that I think women really want, and Hold the Truth Hostage made this real apparent, is women want to feel safe. If you're with a woman and she tells you she feels safe with you, you've done something right. You've done something right. I mean, that is, if a woman tells you she feels safe, that's a very big compliment. Don't ever, you know, anybody out there, when a woman does say, I feel safe around you, take that as a compliment. That's important. But that's their natural biological nature, is that's what they want. They want to feel that safety. And I think what the world does is pushes, you don't need no man to feel safe. But that's
us. You got us. You got the government. We'll take care of you.
Yeah, but that's not the reality. We know that. We know that that's not the reality.
I've never found that words have really made much of a difference when it came to consoling a woman.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's good to know, like, specifically what your woman responds best to. Like, for example, affection, physical touch. You know, you can take that moment when she's flustered or upset and touch her in a way that she likes to be touched, or hold her or kiss her, say, hey, come here, come sit next to me, and put your arms around her or something, or whatever she enjoys normally. I feel like that's the best approach, rather than a logical explanation point. Because a lot of times, even if you say things in words, a day or two later, you bring up the problem and she'll say, why you didn't say nothing about it? You know, why you didn't talk about it? Why you didn't talk about it? You know, why you didn't, you know, bring it up to me that you was having this issue, and you might have clearly brought it up in words, but for her it didn't quite sink in like words to brother would.
You know what's funny, Gene, is, okay, I don't bring things up to my wife. I don't bring up my problems. I don't bring up things I'm dealing with, because it's my job. It's my job to protect her.
That's
and
right.
if I bring up the things that I'm dealing with or I'm trying to figure out to her, it's going to cause her to feel insecure and unstable. So I either deal with it myself, the way I've figured out ways where I handle things, or there's a few people that I do trust, or even sometimes within some of my classes, depending on whether student I'm talking to, I will throw into our conversation class things that I'm working on that they don't even realize it, but I bounce things off of them that has to do with things I'm dealing with, but they're practicing their English at the same time. And in a way, it's like it's like me throwing things against the wall, seeing what sticks.
Yeah.
And I work, but I don't bring it up to her. I don't. I got to be the captain of the ship. I have no doubts. I have no uncertainty.
And when a woman says, why you didn't talk about it, why you didn't bring it up to me, it's a trap. Not to say she's intentionally setting a trap, but technically what I'm saying is it's a waste of time to try to defend yourself why you didn't bring it up to her.
Let me see if I can find this real quick. Hang on 1 second.
A man should never, ever, ever, but never, 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 ever, never, 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 ever, 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 ever tell a woman his weakness. Never let a woman know your weakness. Never tell her your issues, because she would never let you forget it. Even when you overcome those issues, 50 years down the road, she'll remind you of them.
There's a lot of truth to that, man.
I was
tell you
right
what.
on the money right there.
Well, I mean, I say it's the thing is this: it's a constant battle between logic and emotional psychology, and that when you tell her a weakness, what you've done is you've given power to her emotional manipulation. And I think what's going on is, I think Mr. Finn said this, is, you know, she got with you. It wasn't for that emotional thing. It's your manhood attracted her. I think what we got to do, and I think what Primal Man was saying is, you know, when you're dating a girl, before it's, you know, long-term investment, you tend to reply with things with either physical action, you know, you hold her, hug her, and, you know, and you move on. I think what happens in a relationship is she just wants you to give her that physical attention. But another thing I think that's going on is we men don't have enough primal activity, you know, as in, you know, maybe hunting, something where she comes home and she sees you just cutting up a fish where it's bleeding or something like that, where she can't intervene with emotion, you know, because if you look at emotion, all it does is it's always looking for an opportunity.
That's a good
to
point.
overtake you, you know, to overtake you. So I think you need some activity where she's like, she comes home, she wants to talk to you, but she sees you just sweating, you know, crazy, and you just let her know, yeah, I was hunting, I was doing something she can't do herself. That way she steps back and leaves you alone.
That's a great point, HTTH. Doing, you know, not to necessarily say doing dangerous stuff, but do dangerous stuff, for lack of better words. Do things that she can't do. That's gonna keep her. You know, I'm not saying go out and look for it, but if you naturally do dangerous things, maybe you're a whatever first responder. She can't be a first responder. She's gonna be attracted to that because she can't get her hands of control into that, you know. And it's natural, and it's a good thing. But that's a great point. That's a great point.
But
You know what's funny?
It's also a natural human response, male or female. When
it technically puts her in her place.
Well,
it does.
But also, like, when you do show a weakness, and you know, all men, we're not perfect. We've all fallen back once or twice into that. You know, I'm guilty of that myself. But when you fall back into that and she responds, now what her response mechanism is now I've got to handle business. I've got to become the man, because he showed his weakness. And again, I'm not blaming men. I'm not blaming women, but that's the natural order of things. It happens to everybody. It does. Keeping that rock solid attitude sometimes can be tough. Now, Timbo made a great point here. Probably not a good idea to cry in front of her either. Absolutely not. Yeah, I mean, unless it's a family member or something like that. Yeah, I get that. But you really don't want to show that type of emotion, because it does show weakness.
I think if guys are honest and they do cry, like they allow themselves to really sob or cry in front of their woman, they're doing it because they think it's going to get some sort of empathy or her to be able to relate with him in that situation. No way.
Yeah. What is it nowadays with all these guys crying?
Apparently, guys cry in front of their women.
Oh Lord!
Hey man, Primal Man. You guys say that, man. Men without beards, it's easier to cry without a beard.
All the tears roll down into your beard.
But the thing is, man, they're pressuring men. Like, I've seen all these photos of men cry too. They're purposely creating. I think we were on this last stream. They're creating a wound we're not equipped for. We're not equipped for emotional wounds, man. A man cannot deal with emotional wounds. And a lot of people don't get it, that a woman, their physical, the only thing a woman's body only does is it physically matures quickly to attract a man for protection. But she's trapped in her emotions, and what they're trying to do in society is they're trying to emotionalize it so that woman can lose access to our stability. Like Mr. Finn was saying, you know, she comes home, he's the stability. But another thing I think we brought up in this conversation as deep is the lack of a male activity really what's hurting your relationship? For example, you're not hunting, you're not doing anything that would actually, you know, radiate and give your manhood, you know, that ability to echo throughout the home. Even if it's not hunting, taking a dog out to a walk in the woods or something that would give, you know, your male energy, you know, something to do. So when she comes home, she just sees you're in your man zone, you know, you're stressed or tired from doing, you know, male activity. I think we might have just opened Pandora's gate, man. Our relationships being destroyed by the fact that we men, in being in such a well-organized society, we don't have man things to do. You know, we're not doing anything where she sees us coming home, she's gonna leave you alone. So, you know, is that the problem? You know, besides coming home, what are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
I want to address this question. I'm 33 years old, and some 57-year-old woman wants me. What do I do? I need to. Well, he's also.
That's a spammer, Tony. He said the same thing. He's a troll, man. He's trolling. Yeah, he did the same thing on the last stream I had, man. Okay. He's trolling, man.
I was going to say hit it and quit it.
I don't know.
Well, Mr. C says gamer, bro. I mean,
I told him to call his mama because that sounds like what he's looking for.
No, whoa. Final man.
He said he's not. I hope he's, you know, I mean,
he might be sincere.
If he is sincere, I mean, you know, he said he's not trolling, but if he is sincere, and my simple advice to him is that if you are an incel and you're 33, that's a tough one right there. If she's good looking, whatever, do what you got to do, I guess. I don't know. That's a tough one. If it's a real comment, I guess do what you got to do. Uncle says unincel your life. Yeah.
Unincel your life. I could work as a new brand, right? Unincel.
Let me tell Oppo something. Older women.
We're gonna have Hold the Truth hostage do a whole video on unincel your life.
Unincel your life, man.
There's a great topic for you right there.
A good well, we try to teach that. I think the incel thing, man, I think it's a mechanism a lot of men have become based on the society. I mean, a lot of men in the manosphere talk about, it took me a while to get the red pill rage, like Sandman, all of them will say, oh, you got the red pill rage, it's gonna take a while, but they don't explain what it is. I think it's a shock that you were raised from a child to believe you'll get that white picket fence one day, you'll get married, and then you wake up and you realize that, you know, that might be the most dangerous thing, not for you, but for the woman at some point, you know, and men get shocked. I believe a lot of men are dealing with culture shock and they become incels. And another thing is this, man, not everybody, I was talking to Caduceus and David Little, we got to be honest, not every man's meant to procreate or even be sexual, because some men, let's be honest here, some men, not to get YouTube to do anything, but some are Pop-Tarts, man. Some dudes are from the back of the bus who aren't mentally stable and still want a relationship because society keeps telling them their whole life is defined based on sexual activity. And I think that's another thing with the incel thing is how many men that are incels have mental challenges, man, and not mental where, my father left me. I'm talking about mental where, you might be mentally challenged. The internet allows everyone access. It doesn't matter how smart you are. It doesn't matter how stable of a human being you are. You get access to the internet. So how many men that are crying and screaming, I'm an incel, are literally, they're not physically fit or mentally fit for that activity to begin with. But because men don't have any images, because I wanted to ask y'all a question. I got this question while I was on the plane back to Jersey. I started thinking, man, a lot of the kids that were bastards back in the day had it better than today's bastard, because even though they didn't have a father in their life, society was promoting a positive male figure, role models. So even if a boy didn't have a father in the 40s, 30s, 20s, they still had the image of what to become as a man. So, I've been wondering, man, is it the lack of male positive imagery that's really turning a lot of men incels where they don't have nothing to strive for as a man? They don't want to be an adventurer. They don't want to be a rancher. They don't have any male role models except videos of men cry too. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Well, we were
Spot
talking.
on.
We were talking earlier about incels, and realistically, I'll say the past 8 months is when I really kind of had an epiphany about what an incel was and what they're about. This is the way I'm going to describe it. And I'm going to use I'll call them black pill terms, but I look at what we call looks matching. Okay. And looks matching, I think, is important. That's something that that I think the red pill guys don't really look into that. They basically say your game, your mouthpiece is going to get you this woman that's up here. And I don't like using scales and numbers. Say you're here, in looks, and this woman is here. This is the issue. This is the real issue, is that when the woman is here and you are here, and you guys should be together, and that's normal, and there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is this woman who is equal with you, she goes on Tinder, and Chad's having a bad night, so he's going to drop down a few tiers and take care of you a couple times. He's not going to tell his buddies. He's going to come over to your place. He's going to hit you up a few times. Okay? So what happens now is this woman who is really even, her inflated ego is up here. Like she's going to be with Chad forever. And what she actually did is she ruined her life, because she should be with this guy who is her looks match. It's a real simple formula. So the dating apps, social media has inflated the woman's sexual market value in her own mind. It's plain and simple. So what happens now is the guy down here is really the incel, or he thinks he's an incel. It's a real simple formula. So what's happening is women are over-validated on their looks, just because once in her life Chad dropped down a few notches and took care of her. You follow what I'm saying?
Well, not to interrupt. I don't think that's the reason, because I look back at a lot of guys tell me, well, social media ruined women, but women were socializing in the 90s. There was major events. I think what's happened is there's a combination that has happened. Is the law has overstepped and, given women all the tools to self-destruct. And like you're saying, they can't looks match, because another problem that happens is that a lot of the men because of the legal matters, can't literally talk to them. And you have a lot of guys like, I've seen some videos where guys talk about friend zones. The Chads, you know, guys, they're 15. And if you're not adding the guys that aren't straight, they're about 8 to 9%. You have all the guys that looks match with her, pumping up her ego, you know, for just existing. You know, like a guy will just, oh, you're the most beautiful woman in the world, you know, and he's correct. If that's his match, he'll say that. But it's up their ego. Then you have the laws. You know, I believe it's a combination of the laws because, you know, we look back at the 90s, you know, there's always been a Chad, you know, the Beatles, Michael Jackson, there were always these guys that were the must-have guys, but the women used to just funnel over them, you know, fantasize. But what's happened is the legal aspect is overstepped its boundary, and now men just can't, you can't, you know, approach a woman to where, you know, we're on a level playing field, you know, because, you know, I've been on the train and the bus. What is it now? Man spreading. There's so much of an attack on the man that would match with her legally. And then it's made her aggressive towards the men that, you know, match her on her scale, that it's affected. Because I look at it as this. I went to school in the 90s. We've been had Chads and dudes, 90s, 80s, 70s, early 2000s. It's just that I can't recall in the 2000s where you had millions of ads telling women you're strong. I mean, in the black community, they had that. We had, you know, you had Oprah, you know, the anti-black man, you know, manosphere woman who 20 years wrecked and attacked men. But I don't know if y'all remember, but I don't remember the 2000s with a Gillette commercial. I don't remember the Girl Scouts wanting to be Boy Scouts. There's too much messaging and, you know, the legal aspect, there's so much corruption that the women aren't, like Tony's saying, they're not looks matching because I don't blame the Chads because I'm like, they're less than 10% if you remove the guys that aren't straight. And then let's be honest, they're not that active online. They're usually getting what they want, you know, like Tony said, on a slow Tuesday. But to me, I don't think that's the problem. I think it's the laws,
I
the
love
influence.
that. On a slow Tuesday, that's great.
You know, on a Ruby Tuesday, a Chad will
Ruby Tuesday.
You know, cause dude, I remember the 90s.
We only had HTTH. In our generation, I don't think you're that much older than me, but we only had You Go Girl. That's what we had. You Go Girl.
Yes. Oh, you're right.
That's all we had. We didn't have all of this propaganda everywhere. It was just You Go Girl. You know.
Dude, and they didn't do like in the 90s. I don't remember them doing, oh, this is what is it? I bought some cookie, woman-owned company. Dude, we didn't have that in the 90s, man. It was just a company. There's so much things that are training women to be anti-male. And one thing Tony said a lot of men need to focus on is, you know, a woman does not feel safe without a man. You know, she got to drink a bottle to sleep. And beyond that is just, I picture it in my mind. Just think of the single mother sleeping with her children, knowing that she's afraid of the person that might break in and won't be able to protect those children. So how is she sleeping? A man provides something that a woman, you can't replicate with the government. The cops need time to get there, but that man that's in the house, he's there 24/7. That's why I tell a lot of men, and you know, I always ask men this question: if a woman's worth $100,000, you're worth 5,000. Who's worth more? If the guy says the woman, he's wrong. You're worth more because that 5,000 in your pocket, someone has to fight you for it. And odds are they're gonna lose something. But that woman, if they don't respect her, they just gonna take that money. That's why man's like Tony was saying with protection, your protection is worth more than you know. You know that's why they're teaching men, oh, if you're not worth this amount of money, you're worthless. No, dude, you're a man. You're an automatic deterrent. I've worked security, for over 10 years, and they always tell us in security, you're just here as a presence. Your presence alone will deter people. So think about you as a man in a relationship. Your presence alone. It don't matter if you're 5'5" or whatever. It don't matter, because they still have to deal with the man first, which always gives the woman an opportunity to head towards safety. And it's not a self-sacrificing simp thing. It's part of manhood, man. We know we're the first line of defense, and they've been training men to not be aware of that. They want a guy like Primal Man Tony. They want us to just date women and be, well, I'm funny, I'm charismatic. No, I'm a man. I'm security. She's not paying me for security, man. That's a privilege she has, that I'm willing to sit near her and protect her. That if someone comes up, I'm stepping up to the plate. It don't matter if the guy's a 9 foot tall, goblin. You know what I mean? I'm stepping up, and I'm gonna tell her, get behind me. Go get help, or, just give her the option to, maneuver first. A lot of men aren't aware of what their manhood is worth. That's why I always tell men, bro, if she's worth 500,000, you're worth 500. Unless she has security and police, who's gonna respect her money? What does her money do? Does her money turn her to a man? I don't think so. She walks outside, somebody still will rob her purse, man.
Fuck caduceus.
How's it going?
Hey.
Fuck caduceus.
You guys, I was trying to sleep the other night, and you guys wouldn't let me sleep because I was laughing so hard.
Yeah, I was trying to hop off. I had 8 a.m. class that I had to go to, and I just was having such a good time. I left at like 3 in the morning.
Oh, hold the fuck hostage. That's what I had to say that night. I'll tell you what, you guys, it was, when was that? Was that Sunday night?
It was Tuesday, I think.
No, when was that stream?
It was just a couple days ago.
Okay. Oh, you're right. Because you know why I was up? Because I came back from a date. That's why I was up.
Oh, did you gamer, bro?
Of course I did. Absolutely. Yeah. And
Great
I just
game.
I'm like, no way. They're on. But the whole fuck caduceus, dude, the imitations were just the impersonations were spot on, old dude. They were just great. And here I'm trying to sleep. I got to be up in like at 6:30, and I'm like, this is just too funny. I just can't. I got to watch. It's just that good,
Who was getting impersonated? Yeah. We had of course fuck caduceus. Then we had John Anthony for one. Then we had. Did we do Sandman that night or no?
I don't know, but I ever since you've done your Bane impression, I'm gonna throw that out there and say that you do the best Bane impression I have ever heard. Because
does not matter who we are.
Dark Knight Rises, and I don't like too many Batman movies, but to me that was a great one, only because of Bane. Just it was just I think he made the movie as far as
Tom Hardy.
Yeah, just absolutely just great. Could you do it for us just one time? All
right, let me take a breath. It does not matter who we are, but what matters is our plan.
I love it, man. That is great. That is just great. Yeah.
That just remind me, man. My favorite scene in that movie is when he told the guy just stay in the plane when it's going down. I was like, damn, that was raw. I was in the theater like, oh my God, he just told him to stay in the plane.
I like how polite that Bane was. Like he's shooting up Wall Street, and he's like, thank you.
Yeah, that was a that was, I think that was one of the best Batman movies I've seen. Some of them I just get bored with, but Bane brought definitely a different groove to that movie for sure. You know, it got pretty dark with him. You know, I think when he just snapped the guy's neck, what he told him, you're the only one that can stop the bomb. And then, yes, that's it. Goodbye. You know, of course, hold the truth. You know, that's what I would have done with my leather jacket. And I believe he had
I told you, hey Tony, man, don't speak. You haven't said leather in 10 years.
just so you know, this is no joke. Before I left, I had an old country house, and right before I moved here, somebody broke into my house and stole both my leather jackets and all my rifles. Yeah,
Oh, damn.
So that was the last time I saw them. My black leather and my brown leather. They even stole my Timberlands. Yeah.
Wow.
So the Timberlands, the 2 leather jackets, some weed I had hidden. I had no idea how they found it. And Timberlands and my rifles, all gone.
Man, Tony, man. Wow.
Yeah. Gone.
You know, man, I just think, man, was it a blessing that the jacket's gone? You know,
It's like they stole your whole vigilante.
Oh yeah.
Man.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, maybe the jacket missing, man. You know, Primal Man, you don't want to, you know, be like Michael Foster and talk to Tony from the cell, and Tony's just saying, you know, I just, you know, I broke my probation. I put my fist out at 12 a.m. again, and you know, I don't want to say why I'm here.
That guy brushes your ear again. Oh man.
Tony's vigilante gear is in a museum somewhere framed. That leather jacket is somewhere in a bunker.
Yeah, I have a black leather jacket here, but we're in Florida, so it's not like
too hot, man.
I think I've worn it one time, and I bought it like 10 years ago.
And if you're a fresh and fit guy, you're wearing leather jackets all the time out in Miami. It's hot as fuck.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, they said a bar got shut down 10 years ago due to a fight in Miami.
I see the airport fight videos, and it's always the Miami airport. always Miami.
If you've never been to that airport, you'll understand why. So
okay, yeah, I haven't been there, thankfully.
So let me ask you guys a question. So Oppo, you say he's not a troll, or he is a troll? He says, "What do you suggest for incels? Banging hookers? What if I don't want hookers?"
That's a troll, man. That's a dude.
He hasn't
he's
shown
a troll, man. You're not talking with any stability. You know, I think that's a troll because you know that's a troll because you would stay on point with you know what we're talking about. But like MD said, man, you get those people that just, you know, who knows? It might be Luigi's account. Who knows whose account it is, man? We had a guy flash himself not too long ago. So.
Oh yeah, I've had a few on there. In fact, Primal Man, we popped his cherry, I believe, on Monday Night Man Hour. Yeah.
He really took the man hour thing to heart.
Oh yeah. Mr. Finn, I don't know where he is. I think he's still kind of holding out. We still get him on. Maybe he'll jump back on. But yeah, somebody came on as Mr. Finn and showed the old twig and berries for sure.
Yeah, maybe I should apply to a urology residency, and then they ask me for my experiences. I say I've been on a lot of live streams where people flash their penis.
I think MD did something. What he says is, man, you gotta tell them show their face, or you know, show their face on a video so you could know who it is. But it's just a lot of guys, man. You know, they troll because at the end of the day, we don't know who they are, man. I look at the internet like this: you're an avatar. I don't know who you are, and you know, you're trying to. And the thing they don't understand is you know, they probably do, but you're trying to help. There are men here listening to Tony that, in all honesty, might be a bottle away from, you know, not seeing tomorrow, man. A lot of guys, a lot of these people, to me, they don't deserve your time because, man, you're helping guys, man. There's a lot of guys, you know, I look at it like this. Women are being told an incentive to be alone and single and destroy the happiness around them, while men are being told, you know, the incentive that's being pushed on a man is to, you know, end his life, man. And there's a lot of men that they'll listen to these. I got an email where a guy told me, yo, man, because of you, man, talking to you, you might have saved my life. I'm like, oh, wow. You know, that's why I'm like, man, these people aren't worth the time, man. You know, Tony's, I don't know how many emails Tony's got. People contact you where they're like, man, I didn't have a brother. I didn't have a father. And you know, and they can't even go to your boys and girls club because those gonna feminize them. It's a dark age to be a straight man.
I get my messages. People can reach out to me on Instagram and Twitter, T21 Surfer. My direct messages are open. And I do want to apologize to some people that reached out to me, because if you're not following me, I'll have to look at like requests. So I did check out. There was about 6 messages today. 2 of them were just bull crap. It had nothing to do with anything. But the three guys that reached out to me today on Instagram, actually probably over the past week, I didn't see that there was message requests, but I do appreciate you and I support you. And you know who you are if you're watching now. That's what I told you. I support you. I'm not here to give advice. I'm here for support. So but that's the best way for people to reach me. Or you can send me like Muhammad did when I did the whole love letters thing when I started this channel. Actually, my channel was from 2000. I think it was actually started in like 2006, but it had all my martial arts fights and everything on it, and I wiped all that off. So that's what was on there. So if you see my channel started in 2006, it was most of my fights is what it was. But there is an email that people can reach me at, and it's actually just one word. It's realLifeLetters@gmail.com. So realLifeLetters@gmail.com. So anybody can reach me there. So
that is deep, man. You made, that's an email that's worth something, man.
Yeah.
You didn't put a 1 or 5. I'm like, dang, that means you the first one to take it.
Yeah, realLifeLetters@gmail.com. Anybody can reach me there. I think Muhammad was the first one to reach out to me there. And if you guys remember Muhammad.
Oh,
yeah. So
Australia.
Good guy. So, but that's how anybody can reach me, or on Instagram and Twitter. And I do appreciate everybody that reaches out. A lot of times I just get stuck. In fact, most of the time it's just, hey man, it's good to meet you. I'm glad I could chat with you. And but I do respond to everybody. And the amount of stuff over the past, I'll say really since I really started streaming and putting my stuff out there over the past, really since the beginning of the year, and that's how I met Primal Man. That's how I met Gonzo. And that's how I met everybody on here is just through streaming. So,
man, that's why I tell people, I'm like, dude, you go on Tony's stream, you get none but respect, man. And you get respect as a man first, man. It's not your culture. It's not your religion. It's not your race. The only time you'll hear that is if the man wants to get a perspective he doesn't have. You know what I mean? And that's how it's supposed to be. And that's what they're afraid of, because we're all talking here, different ages, different backgrounds, and it makes it harder for them to sell, hey, vote Democratic because you're a minority. Vote Republican because you're not a minority. It's, this type of group we're doing right here, this level of brotherhood where it's logic first, this is what they're terrified of, because one thing I say about us men is we align. Once you become a man, you can align to any man. We become like a bridge, you know what I mean? And we just can stack, connect, and it don't even matter your age or nothing, because manhood is universal. We all know what we're going through. And that's what they're afraid of. That, oh my God, but Tony, he doesn't vote like you. Oh, Tony, he eats cornflakes. He's un-American. He doesn't put sugar on his cornflakes. He's not a great man.
It's to the point to where there's such a division. There's a division. Everybody wants to divide, and that's the problem with what's going on. Everybody wants to divide. If you can't start building those bridges, You know, I mean, like I was telling MD on, I think it was on Monday Night Man Hour. Yeah. Where, you know, Rule Zero spent, what they spent 5-6 minutes talking about me, maybe more. And I'm like, well, why would you guys talk about me? What they said is everybody has their Tony Bruno. And it's like, okay, well, you know, this actually made me happy because I think I got 25, 30 subscribers after they pushed people to my channel. Thank you.
They take the promotion, man.
Yeah, no, it didn't. Somebody sent it to me. I think they thought it would bother me, but I'm like, I'm not affected in that way at all. I could care less. And, you know, basically what Rolo said, he wants to, you talk about a narcissist asshole. He wants to kill his idol, is what he said.
His idol.
Yeah. So we're going to get into, yeah, this is a great segue into one of the questions Primal Man had. And I took these notes down the other day is we're talking about a brotherhood. Is a cult a brotherhood? Because I look at that whole scene over there and that's like a cult. And the fact that Rolo is very good at projecting. Okay, so just so you guys know, I'm sure everybody knows that. He's very good at projecting. And what happens is he gets guys into this loop and doesn't want them out. But his projection is to say, okay, the projection for that was he wants to kill his idol. What did he just call himself?
Oh, God.
God, huh? Well, no. Wow.
If you look at the comments to where somebody said it was on the post, he put a picture of me, and on the post he said, somebody said, hey, you know, he wanted you to do a debate. He said, what am I going to do? Now check this out. This is projection. What am I going to do? Do a debate on whether I'm a cult leader or not? That's pure projection.
Wow. So he's leaving it out there.
Wow.
Well, the thing is, you know, you bring up with Rolo and those guys, they don't want, you know, I called it the dark gray pill, but they don't want men to grow outside of their control. You know, a cult is when, you know, I look at a cult as it's a leadership based around keeping others down, you know, and where they don't allow you to grow, you know. When they call like a small religion a cult, they're wrong, you know. But a cult is usually a group led by one particular figure that does not allow others to question or grow beyond his will. That's why Rolo, and I saw this coming where he's going to turn his book into a religion. You know, it's inevitable. It's the next step. Because if you can...
Can I just make a quick point? Let me interrupt you.
Go on, go.
I'm going to rename this book right here. This is now called The Rational Man. Okay?
Rational Man.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to rename this book. So, Rolo, if you're creeping and lurking, this is The Rational Man. Thank you. Carry on.
Hey, man. Well, I mean, hey, Rolo's got time. I mean, if he's got time to find a picture of a bodybuilder wearing high heels and dressed like a woman, he's got time to watch men all day. I'm starting to think that wife really is with him for some alternative means. But my thing is, his next step was inevitable, man. You're going to try to deify yourself. You know, and to me, he's using your fresh and fit. He's using all these frauds because they're feeding off a man's misery, you know, because instinctively, I like to tell other guys this, we're men, you know, instinctively, you don't want another man to have kids. You don't want another man to succeed because that's competition on a genetic level. And those type of men are the ones you got to watch out for. Rolo offers no answers beyond relying on him. You know, a man that, you know, you talk to Tony, you know, I told MD the same thing. A person that wants to help you will when they don't see you in 2-3 months, they're not going to say, hey, why haven't you been commenting or liking my videos? No, they're going to say, hey, man, been a while. How you been? What you been up to? They're okay with you moving on. That's how it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be trapping you in an orbit, you know, and holding you, you know, like a hostage, you know, for lack of better terms. You know?
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean that's the truth. There's one thing I'm not going to take away. Michael Foster probably put it the best, is that I'm not going to take away anybody who has made content or wrote a book that actually saved a man. Like, I'm going to coin your terms. I think you call it the rope necklace and the wrist knife, if I'm correct. I'm not going to take that away from any man, and I'm not going to take that away from Rollo. That's where I'm going to give him the respect. But what I do ask Rollo is to let the guy out of that loop. In other words, let's get the guys out of the loop. That, to me, that's the most important thing. And I think working together, like if he wanted to jump on this stream right now, I don't care if it's Donovan Sharp or Rollo Tomasi or Rich Cooper or Ryan Stone. If you wanted to jump on this stream, I would bring you on and let you speak. I would give you your piece and your time, and I would let you speak. Where if I was to jump on there, it would be like a bunch of red pill retard monkeys jumping in my shit. And that's the truth, because there is no rational discourse. Okay, a rational male can't speak like a rational man, and that's the truth. A rational male is an immature man. MD is the one that really kind of brought that to my attention. That kind of was like an epiphany for me, is the word male. You know, so a male is just a biological. It's a biological difference, a male and a female. That's all that is. If you're a male, it does not make you a man.
A man's here.
Well, that's deep. That's deep, man.
There you go.
Oh, man. Mr. You're not lying. Well, the thing is like what you said, man. Rollo projects what he can't do. You call a book Rational Male because that's the last thing you can do. You know, somebody once told me, you know, you can't take, you know, health advice from a fat person, but technically you can. If that person's speaking to you from a point of what they can achieve, and that's what Rollo is. Rollo speaks on aspects he can achieve. You have a whole group with men where y'all just talk and bring emotionally damaged men, like that guy in a wheelchair. You don't help any man. If you watch any Rollo's video, I doubt you see a man where you're like, man, he's going to be better off. You know, he's going to be better off. But then you watch, they're looped in a sick loop where they got to depend on Rollo like they're forever a child of a father that neglected them. You know, there's no healing, you know. It's just come back to the Rollo loop, you know.
Yeah. You asked the question about whether the cult is a brotherhood. I think you get multiple brotherhoods out of it. You got the top, which is kind of the honor among thieves. We're all going to cash in on this brotherhood that has the content creators, and maybe some people within the program that quote unquote ascend might join them. And then you got the brotherhood of guys stuck in the loop, because I'm sure you get some legitimate friendships in these courses that they have. Guys that are signing up, getting scammed and stuck in that loop. And then you have a brotherhood of guys that were in the loop and got out, and then talk about their experiences.
Like myself, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I got notes right here. I call it the brotherhood for dollars, okay? Beware. Right here in my note, it says, are you man enough to pay me? Check that out. Are you man enough to pay me? This is how they shame guys into paying them. Do I think there are groups that, you know, I think like the group that Mr. Finn is in, I'm sure that's a group of quality guys. I know a lot of the guys that are in there. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, you do. But I think Rollo and certain parts of that, you know, a lot of those guys in that sphere, they basically say, and it says right here, this is, you know, when I'm doing a show, I write notes, and this takes a couple days or a day or so. This one was kind of, you know, Primal Man brought up this, but one of the things I said is, you know, when we talk about is a cult, beware when somebody calls themselves an idol. I mean, that's fucked up. I don't care what anybody says. But think about that. Are you man enough to pay me? That's the narrative they're pushing. Are you man enough to throw your money where your mouth is?
Wow.
And to me, that's a fucking scam.
Yeah.
Wow. Man, they utilize feminized, because a lot of the guys, with what you, Mr. Finn, Primal Man, are doing, they utilize a lot of men they know that are feminized, damaged men, and they see profit. That's why they've what is that, tunnel vision? They've turned all these men, I call it their put you in a tunnel vision. Dating is your whole life, and now their new hustle's cryptocurrency. So you don't see the other aspects of life. They're robbing from. They're robbing time from you. They're robbing, your growth as an individual. They're robbing so many aspects of your life. Like I said with Mr. Foster, Primal Man, these men are religious men. They're trying to grow you from a religious perspective. They're trying to strengthen your faith that's already there. But guys like Rolo, and they're literally trying to keep you away from living. The fact that you got over 100 videos on nothing but dating and relationships, and you've never told a man how to heal himself, whether it be fishing or doing something else. I'm lost for words at times.
Well, and just the amount that they charge too. Like, was it Richard Cooper's $2,000 an hour? That's more money than what you're going to charge me, even if I go into some sort of surgery. Actually, no, not surgery. I'll probably be charged several thousands. Oh man. But let's say you consult a doctor. You're not spending $2,000 an hour to be with him. Like that doctor might get billed a couple hundred in there. And then he's saying that, oh, my time is worth that much. That's a bunch of crap. That's if your guy's making minimum wage, that's like a month of his paycheck after tax, too.
Is this Brother Woody?
This is Brother Woody Johnson. Hallelujah. This is a brotherhood at its best, Tony. I was hearing the stream, early on, and kind of bouncing off because I had to return some videotapes, but it's good to see the gang over here, talking about real issue, other than washing your balls with soap and talking about hypergamy and buy my book.
Now, have you thought about using my tactical soap?
Yeah, dude, I wash my nuts with that.
No, the pheromones.
I'm gonna make a statement about tactical soap, okay? And this is gonna be straight real. Scott, who runs Tactical Soap, is a good friend of mine. Now, because other guys push it, and I sell it too. I mean, you can buy it through my channel. Scott is a friend of mine, and Scott developed that as a way to help men. It is we'll call it an edge that you can have. The one thing about it is it's an all natural, and this is not a sales pitch, but it is an all natural soap. Doesn't affect your endocrine system. It's made with lye. It's a regular old fashioned lye soap, but Scott did make it to help men and to give you something, an alternative, regardless of how it's pushed through the manosphere. So it is a super quality product, and anybody that has used it loves it, regardless of, no, you're not going to walk down the street and just attract women. You know what I mean? But
right, so you see it as more of like a natural, healthier for your skin.
Absolutely. I've been using it for almost 4 years now, and it is a super quality soap. It's
Tony, and you're right. It's a meme of it, right? Like I saw your comment on Viper Stream, and now I know, right? But you know how big of a meme it is. Just buy my soap.
Oh no, I get it. I've got right here. I mean, I've got a ton of it right there. These are CologneSticks. I mean, it's nice stuff. It's $10. It's a clone stick. You carry it in your pocket. Yeah, it's infused with pheromones, but you know, I use it. It's all natural beeswax. I just throw it on. It smells nice. But it's the issue is that it's a quality product that's made by a man for men, and that to me is the most important thing. And Scott is a good friend of mine, and I do get the jokes. I get them, but it is a quality product.
Trust me, Tony. If I'm gonna buy a soap, I'll rather buy it from you than buy from Single Mother Cooper. You know what I mean?
I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with it if it was sold the way that you talked it, the way you just described it. It's not like, oh, you're going to attract women because of the pheromones in the soap.
I did a great interview with Scott. Again, Scott's a friend of mine. I even told Viper, all he's got to do is send me an email or hit me up on Instagram or Twitter. I'll send him some for free. I mean, I know Marty. Marty loved it, you know. But it is a good smelling. It's all natural. There's no chemicals. It's just a good quality product that's made by a man for men. Yeah. Did they throw some pheromones in there? Yeah. Why not? This is the issue with pheromones. This is the issue, guys. Just so you know. Back in the day, I mean, pheromones are natural in the animal world. And this is how it works. We shower all the time, okay? We shower all the time. So what are we doing? We're washing up our natural pheromones. And pheromones are a natural attractor in the animal world. I don't want to say we're animals. You know, Caduceus would probably understand this more than most of us. But why not add that and add an edge? No, you're not going to throw it on or wash with soap and walk in the mall and women are just going to start sucking your dick. That ain't going to happen.
Hey, Tony, that's the XX version, you know.
Yeah, exactly. But it is a super quality product, and again, it was developed by a man. A man runs the whole show. Scott is an awesome guy, and again, good friend of mine. But it's quality stuff, and it's just a good product. But I understand the meme. Totally.
I'll probably stick with my Aleppo soap, but now that you describe it like that, I'm not just going to completely trash it as a product.
I think
I'll make jokes about it, but I know where it comes from now, Tony. I didn't know that before.
I think it's just the old saying where a bad apple, man, you know, a bad apple gets involved with a positive product, and it destroys the image of the whole thing, you know. And I think that's what Tony's saying, because to me, especially in times like this, man, you know, like this stream, you don't have many of these where a man can go get something and it's positive. You know, it's not questioning his sexuality. It's not questioning his manhood. It's just you know, I tell people this, it's a gift and a curse to grow up in the age of the 90s. You know, the 90s marketing was simple. You know, the customer's always right, and don't create any reason for the customer to feel wrong, and don't put anything that can question the majority. You know, you don't change the sexual orientation of the product. You just market it to the biggest demographic. Then you get into this modern age where you just see they're breaking every rule that's been working for over, you know, since the oil salesman. You know, the oil salesman was the first true marketing genius. You know, it cures everything. You know, so someone's gonna buy it. You know, it's for everybody. You know?
Yeah, I think what Scott did was he was looking for something, and Scott, like I said, he's a friend of mine, and I know him well. It wasn't like a scam. He developed something when he went through a breakup and a divorce. This was his project to make something for men. But now he put in the time and the science. I mean, when you look at the different brands, you look at like Bond, there's Bond, Durden, and Maverick. And now there's different pheromones in there. And they're actually the products are designed for the characters. So when you think of Maverick from Top Gun, kind of the fun-loving dude, those are the type of pheromones that are, and he had a guy that worked on this with him. Those are the pheromones that are infused in there. You look at Bond, kind of the gentleman, you know what I mean? James Bond. So those are the type of pheromones that are in that. And then you look at Tyler Durden from Fight Club, the anti-hero, the bad boy. Those are the basically the pheromones that are infused in there. So he put a lot of time and effort into making a quality product for men. And he'll tell you right off, he'll tell you himself, you're not going to rub this, wash with this soap and, women are going to fall on you. That's not what's going to happen. But what it is, it gives you an edge is what it is. So it's just a plain and simple thing, but again,
Tony,
it's very natural.
Tony, you think I'm gonna have a higher chance of getting those single moms? What do you think?
No, absolutely. Yeah. I just mentioned that.
Yeah, I said this on Hold the Truth stream. Whenever you how you have people in the comment section of Richard Cooper's fans, they'll post "do the work" in quotes, and then they'll say Richard Cooper.
Oh yeah.
That what you do is to counter it is you put quotation single mothers Richard Cooper.
Yeah,
that's how you do.
Yeah, I mean, I get the meme, and if I didn't know Cooper personally, I shot him a message, and I still don't have anything against Cooper or Rollo or MLD or Ryland Stone or any of those guys. I just don't. But do I associate with them? Do I, I get the whole thing with MLD. I get it. I do. I don't think it's right. I think it's kind of fucked up. But the association, in other words, he should be questioned by his peers. Let's just put it that way, for his actions, and that's my opinion. So
yeah. I don't despise any of these guys personally because I don't know them personally, and it would take too much brain power for them to live rent free like that. But yeah, I think it's just more the actions that we're calling out because it's more about helping the guys get out of the loop than tear these guys down.
Yeah, and John Sonmez is a friend of mine too. I mean, I consider him a friend, and I've told John himself, like, he just has a hard time like saying yes or no. That's all. Just like answer the question. Go ahead and ask. You guys can ask me any fucking question. And if it's a yes or no question, guess what I'm going to answer it. Yes or no.
Well, Tony, you bring that up. Honey bun or cinnamon bun?
Absolutely cinnamon bun. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100% cinnamon.
I feel like John Somnes, though. I feel like he likes getting roasted deep down. There's something about him. He just likes it a little bit.
He's just a simple guy. He doesn't want to. John just. I mean, I've hung out with him in person. He's just a good guy. I mean, he doesn't want to offend anybody. I mean, that's just the way John is. He is. I mean, that's my impression of him, hanging out with him, for 3 or 4 days,
Tony, the guys and it was the first time I ever came on any stream was MD stream. Then I discovered, Truth and Caduceus and the, family on, and even you, from MD stream. And, I think in the end, it's the genuinity or the genuineness of a person that really, I guess brings you, because, I get the feeling that you're a genuinely good guy, and nothing wrong with making money. But when you get that sense of dishonesty, from people's work, that's when you're like, fuck that. I think that's when it comes down. That's when it comes upon, But I get a genuine feeling from you, in my opinion.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I'll be straight up and say that when I started this channel, I had thought about of course, there's ways I can make extra money. I'm not worried about that. I make extra money off this channel every single day, every day. But I'm an Amazon associate. So when somebody clicks on my razor or, MD's books, I make 40 cents off selling one of his books. So it's not like I make a killing. So it is, I make a little bit of money. Is it my driving force? Absolutely not. Because if it was, I'd be streaming every day. I'd be pushing all sorts of shit.
And drop some super chats, baby. Don DeMarco.
Yeah, I mean, I've been. If somebody, I have a link. If somebody wants to donate to my channel, I've had people donate. There's a link there it's called Snug. They can donate. I've had guys say, "Hey, let me buy you a couple beers. Throw me $20." One guy says, "Take you and your girl out to dinner." He sent me $50. I don't care. It doesn't make a difference. I'm not making a living off that. It's appreciation. And anybody who's done that, or what I say is, if you want to support my channel, buy 48 Laws of Dating and the black pill, and I'll make 80 cents. I mean, that's the reality. I mean, I don't make a shit ton of money, but it's just if a guy, those books aren't up there to make money. Those books are up there because I'm reading them. You can see how far I'm halfway through, and I keep rereading. Those books are up there because I want the same feedback from other guys. I think Anthony Velasquez, you're in the chat. I think you and Anthony, if you want to jump on, man, if you're still there, I know you're in California, but if you want to jump on the chat or jump on the panel, it's been a while, bro. I'd love to have you on. So it's not like I'm not pushing any of this crap for money. Did I think maybe when I started, yeah, I would love to make money off this? Yeah, that's great. I applied. I met all the requirements for super chats. That was in November, I think. Obviously, they really don't want to monetize me for some reason. I don't care. But to me, like a super chat button, to me, that's just going to say, okay, I've met all the requirements. For me, it's a little bit of a badge of honor. That's all it is. And I could give a shit.
Well, I think it's okay for you to monetize as long as it's not your survival, as long as your life doesn't depend on the money from the channel, so you can control your content.
I'm glad you said that, because I've said that before, is that when guys rely on this, that's when their content is 100% tailored to their audience to make money and make money only. Not all. But
yeah, I think I see it with some guys. Like the grift becomes a survival mechanism. Like they could be good guys, but they have to do it, otherwise they can't pay rent.
Well, I mean, I'll say this, man. I look at it like this, man. I was gonna message somebody. Some people watching these streams can't speak good English, or their accent is too strong. So some people have to super chat when they need you to, pay attention to them, because they can't speak English, so they couldn't get on a panel anyway. And the other thing is, if you're an honest man, there's like you were saying with the tactical soap, nothing wrong with supporting an honest man, just, selling or doing something positive. It showcases that you're willing to support those people that are doing right, because the fact that people are willing to support the corrupt that just drain money from you 24/7, and you get angered or triggered, oh my God, now, Tony was doing good and now he's making some money. Well, he's a bad person now. But why aren't you triggered by Pepsi, who's chemicalizing all your drinks? McDonald's. Why aren't you triggered by the people that are trying to destroy you? So to me, even if Tony monetized it or whatever, we don't know who's listening to this and the language barrier. We never know. Guys like us, born and raised or been here long enough, could speak English blindfolded. Not everybody can do that. We forget that some people are overseas, and, somebody might ask Primal Man a question, but, he can't speak to Primal Man. His English is, it's horrible, so we never know. We never know what the people are going through, That's the way I look at it.
Like Scarface in the movie said, as a man, you have two things: your word and your balls.
Yeah, that's Scarface, and I won't break either of them for anybody, right?
Exactly.
That's Scarface quote, isn't it?
Yep, it is. It's from the movie, and it's a very good quote. I tell that to my cousins too. They don't believe me. They're young, but I guess I'm just trying to help.
Well, the thing is with the it's running out. The gold mine is running out of gold because me, Caduceus, we were talking is that a lot of the younger guys, I'd say the guys after millennials, the Gen Z guys, their whole life has been grown and raised around separation. I mean, me growing up, I had to come to a friend's house to play video games. We always had to socialize coming together. But to the average Gen Zer that grew up in an age where they would come from school and run home to play with each other, play on a game with each other. Their whole life has been about separation. Yeah. And with Rolo and all of them, they're desperate. They know the money's running out because their appeal is to Gen X, to, late millennials, and if possible, some Gen Z guys, it's the well is running dry and they're literally upping the ante. That's why they had that guy who was, hospitalized and paralyzed saying he's got a rotation. They're desperate. Desperate times call for desperate measures, man.
That was so bad, man. That is pandering. That is just absolutely so low. You can't go any lower than that. Let me tell you, you know what? Do you know why they use that guy? They use a guy like that because it's not politically correct to say something about that guy. So if you were to say anything about that guy, like in that stream, oh, that's bullshit. Oh no, you know what I mean? Because it's our politically correct world. Because he is handicapped or whatever you want to call him, disabled. I think the guy is like dead from the neck down and has a breathing tube.
Yeah. And he needed a lift too, so that's probably why he went on the stream.
Yeah.
Well,
so if you're to say anything about that guy, like that's bullshit, you're the bad guy. They used that. They weaponized that poor dude. They weaponized.
Yeah, they should give that dude an extra 10 grand, man. They took advantage of him.
And that's why I say, are you man enough to pay me? That's what they're at. That's the level they're at.
Yeah. I was going to add on to what Hold the Truth said about the guys having separation. There's different layers of it. I kind of grew up with the separation being common. You go on, all your friends are online. Was it the Xbox 360? But I had more of the Wild West separation where it was the stage where everyone was the N-word at one point from online, where everyone was talking. You could say whatever you want on the internet. There were no consequences of it. Now it's curated separation. So now it's like internal separation within your head before it reaches the public online. So you're separated even further on the way you can express yourself.
I mean, to me, man, this is why, this is why they're terrified. I think Rolo and them really hate you, Tony, because we're as passionate about being honest and truthful and having morals as they are as passionate as being corrupt, low down thieves that would bring a guy who, and this shows you how destructive they are, that they will bring a guy who's paralyzed, who, in all honesty, he probably did it not just for money, but for friendship. He probably doesn't get out much. And they contacted him and he said, you know what? I might get a power lift and some friends. I've seen it where, I have a few friends because, I was bullied and, just to put a little story, I was bullied and ended up in a special school because, I threatened to burn the school after, some issues. But I've seen some kids where they mentally aren't there and they will be your friend. They'll fight for you because you're the closest thing to a friend they have, and they're mentally not where they can actually understand whether you're doing something wrong or right. They just know that's my friend, and they'll come on board. And that guy might have been desperate for friendship and They just brought him on once and just told him, hey, say you got a rotation. Just utilize his handicap, his loneliness, just to sell a product, man. It's the lowest of low, man. Those type of guys, you know.
When I saw that, I'd never watched it live, but when I saw that, I said, you just can't go any lower.
That's one of the best streams to dissect, though. If you look through everything that's going on, it's like a 20-minute span. It's Face and LMS versus all the Rule Zero crew. You got them all dogpiling on Face and LMS. You have the rift between Rolo and Richard. Like they're trying to one up each other the whole stream. Looks like. Then you have that random picture of the dude in the underwear and the heels popping up on the screen. And then you pull up MLD pulls up the dude in the wheelchair, all in 20 minutes. It's a fever dream of a stream. If someone has it archived somewhere, it'd be worth posting back up.
All they needed to add to that was any hole is a goal.
Troy Francis, baby. He was on the stream. Any hole's a goal.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Well, with that dude, they're operating on, MLD and all of them. They're operating on a free range prison where, they're basically trying to entice straight men into losing it by saying, you're in a prison. You can't get access to any women. So any hole is a good hole because, just like the guys in jail, this is all you can get. And they don't, a lot of these straight desperate guys that are incels don't understand that they're big buck, what they call it when you're a hunter. The biggest hunt for a man that ain't straight is to turn a guy that isn't, that is straight. You know what I'm saying? And they're pushing these guys, and then they know YouTube will back them up. There's this big narrative, and shout out to one of the subscribers who told me he's a shim. There's a shim movement to get a lot of guys to see a shim as a she, if you get what I'm saying. I'm being a little, YouTube friendly, but there's a major push. There's so much against the straight man that, we're living in the anti-straight male age, and they're pushing it, and that's why Troy Francis said any hole's a good hole. YouTube will back them up. And if you say anything like Bruno said, you're weaponized. They've weaponized this pride movement to dare you. They would dare you to say something. It would be a way to get your channel striked and attacked without them doing nothing. Yeah, YouTube, look, he's doing hate speech on people that have pride.
Yeah. And I was going to add a couple of definitions for words that we could use. We've been doing transformers as the theme. It's for the shim. And the way we say it is that one that's honest about it up front, we call them an Autobot because they're like the good guys, like Optimus Prime. Those guys, you don't roll out with them, but they're still the good guys because they'll tell you up front. And then you got the Decepticons that that will lie and hide that they're a transformer and be the shim.
And again, not that there's anything wrong with it. Do your thing. I don't care. And I'm under that, I get that, I know Michael Foster, Primal Man, Gonzo, even though I'm a Christian guy, might disagree with me on that, but I'm not going to, do I think it's wrong? Yeah. Am I going to preach on it? No.
Yeah, I'm a similar situation.
Yeah, do your thing. That's what
in the end, it's also like, everybody's an adult, and I do think that everybody, in a way, like you should not give a fuck in a way what other people would do, especially adults. If you're over 18, like let them live their life. Like just don't. It's obviously, us the guys, we're not gonna like it if it's right in our face, dangling and all. Just like the trolls that sometimes hop in on our streams. But in the end, it's like, hey, whatever makes you happy, just don't put it right in my face. It's like we should stop giving a fuck in a way what other people do, but it's like, but just don't make it so blatant that it's affecting everyone's kids. It's affecting the society as a whole. Everywhere you go, you just see this stuff. That's really the annoying part to me.
I think the uncomfortable truth of it, though, is that no matter what hormones you take or and whatever pattern you do, you can never replicate natural cycles in testosterone if you're female to male, and you can't naturally replicate the menstrual cycle in a woman. So like you will never know what it's truly like to have the same hormonal surges. You'll be very similar to a man on TRT if you go from female to male, and you might have a lot of the features of a biological woman if you transition the other way, but you'll never know the surges and spikes the same way. So unless some tech really advances, you're just going to feel even more potentially more dysphoric because now you don't fit with either gender hormonally.
I'm going to bring on, if this is Scribe, I'm going to bring him on.
Be careful, he might be flashing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Scribe, is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, man.
Good.
What's up, Scribe?
What's up, brothers? What you up to?
Oh,
Just chilling.
We're getting deep tonight about brotherhood. Let me see if that's told the truth. Yeah, he's back on. He's back.
My bad, man. Phone died.
Hey, any hole's a goal, even that charge hole.
Yeah, man, I got get charged. But yeah, to me, man, this is what we're doing, man. And they're terrified because this genuine growth, man. And I'd say this about in the 90s, this is why I say, man, if you grew up in any age before the 2010s, man, you know, you were blessed. You know, you saw how the world was mind your business. You know, in the 90s, we didn't mess with nobody who was, you know, a Fruit Loop liquor. You know what I'm saying? They lived their life. Nobody cared, man. Nobody brought it up because it wasn't a tool for propaganda, man. In the 90s, it was okay. You do that on your own time, you know. But in today's society, man, it's been weaponized. You know, it's the anti-straight male society we're in now, you know. My bad.
You scared away Tony.
Tony's phone probably died, but yeah, I was wondering, Primal Man, what's good, man?
What's up, yo? I'm just chilling.
Hey, a question, Primal Man. A question for you, buddy.
What up?
Hey, so if I go to a cigar shop, right, and I just pick out whatever cigar, you know, I want to smoke. So I guess can you give me some tips, you know, on what should I look for or whatever? I mean, I always just go for the cigars that are like, you know, around $15-20. Like, you know, that's what I, you know, shoot for the goal. You know, what I mean, you got any tips on that? And any liquor choices? I generally like the oak cast whiskeys or bourbons. Yeah, and if you give me any pointers, you know, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll ask about some whiskeys too. Like I like rye whiskeys.
You like cognac?
Cognac?
I like cognac.
Yeah.
Yeah, cognac and cigars go great. I'll tell you the best pairing I ever had with alcohol and a cigar was a Liga Privada number 9 and some cognac.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Liga number 9 they call it. Liga Privada number 9. It's like a $20 cigar though.
Well, and let's say if I can't find that, right? For example, what should I be looking for? I don't know if it's supposed to be from California or Dominican Republic or whatever.
No, go mostly off of brand. To be honest, I mean that's probably the easiest way you can find stuff in a cigar shop is by brand. Monte Cristo, the Monte Cristo Classic Series is an amazing stick. That's the stick that I would go with.
Okay.
So yeah, go try a Monte Cristo Classic Series.
Yeah, with cognacs usually I go party it up with Hennessy. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're feeling really fancy, you can go with some Courvoisier.
I thought you would.
I like them in Macallan's too. I like them.
You would have recommended the Cuban cigar, man. That's the one. That's like the god of cigars, man. I've always dreamed of just getting a lot of weed and putting it into a cigar, man.
The mega blunt.
Oh man, that'd be godly, you know, to smoke a weed cigar or a cig weed, you know.
I think they
like like in the Scary Movie, right? Remember they one of the Wayne brothers, yeah, the whole Christmas tree rolled up.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know if anybody remembers that.
They smoked
Yeah, they smoked him.
Yep.
Oh man, but you know, this is, man, to me, you know, this is what they fear, man. Regular men chilling out, talking, and you know, projecting, you know, normality, man. You know what I mean? People, you know, Rolo's like, you know, Rolo, if he contacted Primal Man, it would be, why are you talking to them? They're not religious men. Then he would contact Caduceus and be, why are you talking to them? They're not medical majors. You know, Woody, why are you talking to them?
They're gonna say fuck Caduceus.
No. Oh yeah. Let me see. Caduceus, I see that Tony Bruno hangs with Primal Man, though Tony Bruno never surf, but he go by surfing, and Caduceus is a demon. Plastic surgery will save lives. Fuck Caduceus.
Oh my goodness.
Primal Man, you gotta get. It's a new movie, man. You know, I want. Who you want me to? You know, we're looking for casting calls for Caduceus Gates. Caduceus Gate, which rocked the manosphere, man.
Man, I think she was so pissed off at you, Caduceus, that I think Solo couldn't get her too.
No, and then
you fucked her off that much.
and then the final, like in the trailer of the movie you're talking about, Caduceus Gate, like right at the end, like where all the explosions happen, and you see the title card that says, "Carolina, you're wrong."
You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get, you know, Leonardo DiCaprio is Primal Man. You know, Dwayne Johnson is Woody. Caduceus Gate. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I got a question for everybody. I got
George
a question for
Clooney
everybody.
as Tony Bruno.
Well, all right. So since we're all guys over here, what you know, when you go to the liquor store, what's your pick? You know, like a quick grab. What would you guys get for everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let Primal Man go first since he's
Y'all ever tried mead?
never
Yes.
have. But
Mead is so good.
is it honey made like beer
Honey
type
wine.
thing?
They call it
Honey
honey
wine?
wine. It's made purely from honey.
Mm-hmm.
It's good stuff. You know, to be honest, I'd actually probably if I was just to run in there and grab something, it'd probably be one single beer. One single big beer in a glass bottle.
Primal, it has to be hard liquor, bro.
Oh, it's got to be hard liquor?
Yes, sir.
Sure. You get some, you know, they don't pay me, but I'm just running a good ad. Get some Frost
I
Brew,
like those Coronas.
Coors Light.
Yep.
From
Oh,
the
Coors,
mountains.
yes.
Bruno's bag.
From the mountains of Missouri. Frost Brew, Coors Light. Why do they always get a farmer to do a beer commercial? Like, we're still in the 1920s.
Coors, the banquet beer.
A banquet beer, fresh from the mountains of Missouri. You know.
You got me?
Yeah, we can see you.
Who summoned Bruno?
Come and carry on.
Can you guys hear me good?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Bruno,
Tony.
come get me. HTTH is holding you hostage.
Yeah, my internet.
Before Tony Bruno gets a coffee, he gets a Frost Brewed from the mountains of Missouri. Coors Light.
Yep.
Milwaukee's best.
Amazing.
There you go. So, like, Woody asked the question, what was our, like, quick grab from the liquor store if we're getting a quick drink of alcohol? Like, what will we grab?
For the night.
For the night. I guess I'll go in there. If it's like a regular night, just having a couple drinks, maybe like I would say like gin and soda and like lime. So I'll get
I prefer gin. What brand do you
well, like if it's for gin and soda, like for a good mix, maybe like Tanqueray. But if I want to go cheap, I just go Gordon's because it's pretty solid and it's really cheap, dirt cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Did you just say the Gordon's Fisherman? Yeah.
I'd say that. But if you're going something special, it's got to be like a nice whiskey. Like if it's a special occasion. or a cognac.
Hey Bruno, I think MD's trying to get on. You see him the backstage?
I'm on my phone right now. For some reason, my internet ever cut off. You guys can hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I can hear you.
You should be able to put them on even from your phone.
Tony Bruno's in the mountains of Missouri. Frost brewed, Coors Light.
Mountain man
from the Colorado Rockies.
Y'all remember the old Bud Light commercials? Real.
What's up, MD?
Bud Light.
You remember that?
Oh,
Budweiser.
Budweiser. Why does Budweiser always have that damn commercial with those horses, man? Like
horse and the dog.
That horse. That horse that tows big wagons. Like we're still drinking beer from horses, man. What's with all the beer commercials trying to appeal to our, to a southern roots that don't exist in the city?
MD, could you hear? Hey, bro. So okay, I know you don't drink, right? But what would be like a quick grab of hard liquor if you had to? Just think of what would you prefer?
Man, I don't know. I haven't drank in over 20 years, man. It's just I've been so sober. I get tired like when I'm sober. It's like I a lot of people were telling me, and nothing against, hey, everybody gotta get a little inebriated, if they want to smoke, drink, that's cool. I just I guess I got to a point a few years ago where I was just kind of searching for it's not just the meaning of life, but it's like I guess I did so much stuff in the past, and I don't know. I was never really a drinker though. When I was in the military, I drank, and I was just I guess in the 90s, I smoked weed, and that was about it. But I've been straight for a while. Not like saying, oh, I had to go to rehab or something. Nothing like that. Just I think it kind of just fell away, man. Just staying sober was when I did drink. I remember drinking Heineken, from the bottle, the long neck Budweiser when I was in the Army. The Coronas were kind of all right. I remember drinking Crown Royal once, but I got kind of sick.
I like Crown. It's okay.
Bacardi 151.
That's strong.
Yeah, we used to get fucked up, man. I'd be smoking blunts, taking LSD, drinking, fucking, just getting fucked up. And then in the morning, running like 5 miles. We do that shit like Sunday night and have to do PT in the morning. I was a beast. I mean, it was 18, 19, 20, 21. That's where I spent those years in the military. Fort Knox, Fort Hood, Fort Irwin, so, and as a kid, I was working since I was 12. So I didn't really get to, really be too much of a kid. Yeah, man. I just, and then throughout the years, I mean, I just,
Tony, you and then Scrab, what would you guys be a quick hard grab, liquor grab?
Well, for me, quick hard liquor grab. Oh, geez, I don't know. I mean, I got a whole bar right here. What do you want?
What is that?
I've got everything right there. There you go. You guys get a view. We got Tito's, we got rum, we got tequila, we got Basil Hayden, we got Hendrick's gin.
Give me a Hendrix with some cucumbers and some.
Where's the Jim Beam?
What did you say?
Where's the Jim Beam?
Right? You mean right here?
Oh, there he's ready.
Oh, you got my favorite. Ready. There you go.
He's ready, man.
I do it just so you guys know. Half hour before I stream, I do a shot of Jim Beam, just to take the edge off. Yeah.
That's the way to go. What about you, Scribe? Scribe, what about you? Primal Man, I don't think he got an answer too. But Scribe and Primal Man, what would you guys do?
I mean, depends on the occasion. If I'm just gonna get shit-faced drunk, probably I'm not gonna use the expensive stuff. But if I'm going out with a girl or something, you know, we got to break it out. But
Right.
yeah,
Well, let's say expensive. What would you do?
Louis the 13th, man. If you got the money.
Wow.
That's a little beyond it. Yeah, that's just stupid shit. But I mean, yeah, like a nice whiskey or a black label or something. Or
okay.
If you want a tequila, you know, Patron or something. But yeah, that's you gotta watch yourself on that because.
Oh yeah, I've been there. That shit.
Well, Primal Man and Caduceus. I think Caduceus mentioned something too. Primal, what would your be quick grab other than beer?
We lost him.
Oh no.
Beer?
Yeah. All right, Caduceus. Oh, your quick grab. Come on.
You
I'll say
already
mine.
answered.
No, you said rum, but you didn't say the
I said
brand.
gin. No, I did say the brand. I said quick grab. If it's like something I'm just drinking, like regular drinks, it would probably be a gin, so I can make a gin and soda with lime in it. And typically, if I want the nicer gin and soda, it'd be a Tanqueray. If it's just the regular one, if I'm trying to have multiple, it'd be Gordon's because it's cheap. And if I have a nice night, it would be a nice whiskey. And ideally, I would buy a nice whiskey and just have it sit on the shelf for like when something really good happened and I wanted to celebrate, and just have like one or two drinks.
Dude, when I get a bottle, it's going out. Truth. What about you, bro?
Oh man, if I can't get my hands, you gotta look it up. It's Haitian rum called Boba Card. But if I can't get that, I just get some vodka, man. You know, I've learned. You know,
What brand do you
I
like?
usually shock people because I just could drink it straight, man. You know, I look at liquor like it's water. You know, water with some potential you won't be walking side effects is, man.
Yep.
I remember once I got on the public bus, dude. I don't remember. All I remember is, man, I was walking. I felt like I had 3 arms because you know, when you're so drunk you can't balance yourself, so you feel like you got an extra hand to keep yourself balanced, man. I'm on the public transportation, just you know, like I'm like, you know, in the words of Tony, I'm surfing, man. And I walk home.
Dude.
I get home, and you know you're drunk when you sleep and your feet are touching the ground. You know, and you're on the bed, but your feet touch the ground. That's when you had a drunken night.
Or when you wake up on the floor.
Deuces,
You
man.
know, you
gotta
guys
stop
took
trying to join the frats, man. You're
you-
better than that.
Hey, those days are hopefully behind me, man. That's
Yo, Tony, if you got a clap on light, man, you will be a god. You will be a god right now. You got the liquor, and if you got the clap on light, you know, we'll start the Tony Bruno religion right now. Rolo might get jealous.
yeah, you're Rolo's idol, man. He's trying to destroy his idol.
Yeah, I've never streamed off my phone before, but this was the only way. I've never had an internet issue before, and I'm watching my TV just spin. I pulled I shut the internet off on my iPhone. So
Yeah,
I was surprised
you must
you
have got
guys are still
DDoSed.
there.
You must have got DDoSed, man.
I don't know. I've just never had this happen before. There's no internet at all. I'm looking at my TV right now, and the wheel is just turning. So,
Primal Man's in the background. Yeah.
Is he back there?
Yeah, he's back.
Tony got the clap on light. I don't remember the name of the movie. There was this movie about a dude. He was like, he's not a pimp. He was a super smooth brother. He was on SNL, man. But he had a clap on light. He had the rotating bed. He had the liquor. He had everything.
Yeah, he drank the Crevassier, right?
Oh, the ladies' man.
Yeah, there it is.
Ladies' man.
Ladies' man. Oh, man, that movie's a classic, man.
Yeah.
He was born a ladies' man.
Yeah. Now I got to put on my glasses because I can't see my phone.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But, man, this is what, these are the streams, man. And, that they fear, man. Rolo, what's going on is they're getting outdated and we're updating. You know what I mean? Because they're going to eventually stop selling. And to me, man, I think, I don't know if Anthony Dream Johnson did it on purpose, but to put, Richard Cooper, a single mother expert, on the talk panel.
Put him on stage and everything.
Oh, dude. Oh, man. I don't know about single mother expert. Who needs to be an expert on that? You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he was laughing at he was laughing at Cooper without Cooper knowing.
Yeah, that was a troll. That was definitely a troll. I mean, I know Anthony's a good friend of mine. I know him well. In fact, I'll be seeing him. Well, it's Friday already. I'll be seeing him on Saturday morning. So.
Nice. To me, that was funny, man. He caught him, and the way Cooper was doing the signs. To me, I tell people this, man. To me, I respect Anthony's doing it. To have the balls to host an event like that, in today's society, I respect that aspect, because that takes some balls, man. He had bigger balls than the guys. What was it, that lady who did the Red Pill movie, whatever? They had to get some chick to do it. But Anthony Johnson, man.
Yeah, that was, what was her name?
Casey something.
Well, and her initial intention was to infiltrate and then just shit on the MRAs, and then thought, "Oh, let me simp hunt." And
well, she was hunting, man.
Yeah,
she showed them, and you want to know, son, Tony? She literally represented. She was 29, single. She represented everything the MRA was talking about. A single woman in her about to be 30, who's not in a full-time relationship.
Modern woman.
Yep.
Yeah, and how does a movie like The Red Pill about MRAs and their talking points, how does it become a story about a feminist that drifted away from feminism? Like, the story centers around her.
Yeah, it does. It made her look like she was. You remember, Tony? You gotta remember that lady who spoke to chimpanzees. She was trying to teach a chimp
Jane Goodall.
Jane Goodall.
Yeah, that's how it made her look like she's amongst these MRA, these savages. I thought they were uncivilized animals, but then I realized they're caring men.
I was a feminist before. I do feel like that. I think it did end up. She maybe started with good intentions, but it didn't end up revolving around her. It was just in the end. It was just
the funny thing is that she initially had bad intentions to make a documentary to just trash the MRAs, and then sympathized with them a little bit, and then made the story about her and questioning her feminism versus the MRA talking points.
Do you guys remember her name? Because I can't remember her name.
I can't remember.
It was Casey something. Casey something.
You're close. I don't think that was it, though.
Yeah, Google right here.
Casey the Chameleon or something?
No, I can't remember her name.
Well, Cassie J.
Cassie J.
Yeah, there you go.
That's it.
Yeah. Oh, they got Big Red in the documentary. Oh man, 2016 throwbacks.
Yeah, I tried watching a little bit of that, but it was a mess as far as I'm concerned.
I did too, but it was unbearable for some reason for me.
It's just sad that the only way that a movie like that can get published is that if a woman does it.
Caduceus, in the end, it's our fault. We made the world, and now we're living in it collectively.
Yeah, it's just something that we got to adapt to and just realize that's the way it is.
Mm-hmm. Which comes back to this sexual urge. It's so strong, and man, it's like they would drop everything for this to fulfill this urge for whatever reason.
I would add that the more you have it, the less of like, I would say the more that you can get it, the less of the urge you have, because then you realize, it's just you're just rubbing bodies in a way. It feels good, but nothing super special. Well, if you're incel or whatever, like you're hyping it up in your head, probably.
Well, I mean, exactly, dude. But it's like, you know, the stuff we talk about is, it's like very few, you know, men would just ever get to that point. I mean, yeah, we know higher, we know how things would be and are. We can sympathize with, you know, certain group of people and, you know, our fellow men. But it's like, you know, majority of people are. It's like, you know, we, in a way, we do live in a zombie land. You know, majority of people are just going to always be, you know, this ignorant, and ignorance is bliss.
Well, I mean, to me, I look at ignorance like this, man. It's bliss until that ignorance, there's no way out. And I look at it like this. I did a video on it a while ago called "You Have to Learn to Sympathize, Not Simp." There's a clear difference between sympathizing with what's going on with your fellow man and, you know, the reality of the world versus simping. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to train men that you shouldn't seek to sympathize over simping, man. And that's why this, with Tony Bruno doing this brotherhood stream, where you know, they see us, we're sympathizing, you know, men that didn't have brothers, men that didn't have that cool uncle, you know, that cooler cousin, you know, that just don't have a lifeline of manhood to help them navigate the world, you know. And that's what these type of streams are about. I think that's why Tony, you know, does them here and there, and we all do them once, you know, is that, you know, we're just seeking to chill, you know, just talk to our fellow man. It's nothing emotional. It's just good old logical, maybe comedic conversation. And we, you know, it just makes it easier to move on to the next day, man. A lot of guys, you know, we take it for granted. You know, I was born in the 80s, you know, 88, and grew up in the 90s where you could, you know, you were always outside or going talking to your fellow, you know, your friends and your homies. Then you got to look at the guys like a Caduceus or the Gen Z kids where they grew up without none of that. They would, outside of school, they had no socializing. I think the Gen Z, you don't start socializing with your friends until what, teenage age, where, you know, y'all go out together, drive cars or whatever. But that's a huge gap of no physical contact. You know, no playing basketball outside, no roughhousing. You know, a lot of the Gen Z guys, they're really the ones that, you know, we got to sympathize with, because they've grown up in the age where they had no access to that, you know, that male companionship as friends, you know, facing the world together. While us guys that grew up in the 90s or early 2000s, we know what that's all about. I mean, I like to always bring up that, man, I used to talk to my friends where I'm like, dude, don't call me past 7. But 7 o'clock was when we got free minutes, man. You know?
Yeah, I remember that. You had mentioned that before about minutes, and it's funny because I almost forgot about that. Like,
Tony, you remember Singular? Their whole selling plan was that whatever minutes you didn't use, they roll over it. I had a friend who saved over 5,000 hours of minutes, man, and he would be like, "Dude, call me anytime, anywhere. I got them rollover minutes, man." You know.
Wow. Oh, boy, there's something I haven't heard in a while is rollover minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, I was quite the small child when those ads were coming on.
Oh, that's great.
Oh man, Singular, man. It was
raising the bar, right?
Nah, dude, they were selling, dude, rollover minutes.
Yeah, and, I remember that. Yeah.
Dude,
well, Caduceus, do you remember?
I don't remember. Well, I didn't use it on my phone. I didn't. I think the iPhone came out when the first one came out when I was in 4th grade.
Okay,
So
Deuces, do you remember the dial-ups for the internet connection? With
that
the
I
phone
didn't
line?
I didn't have to deal with that. I didn't have to deal with
Okay.
that. No.
Okay.
The deuces don't know the struggle. He doesn't know about stealing your neighbor's AOL CD.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I got a question for since I'm amongst good men, I do talk to this with my father, and it was this is kind of I don't have kids, but maybe someday I will, and since I'm kind of from this Muslim background, there's a lot of good teachings that come from my religion, so I do have this discussion with my father regarding kids, that how to raise boys and girls. And I do, that's on my side, that I do mention that, okay, as you look at it in your household, that men are the steel of the house. Has my culture, or me in general, would look at it, that how men are the steel, the swords of the house, the weapons, and women are the jewelry of the house. So obviously you don't dangle your jewelry around everywhere. You keep
That's
them,
deep. That's deep, man.
That's I like, that's how I see it, but I kind of came up to that, I guess the best way to put it, that women, women attracts every, like, if a woman comes out with no shirt, everybody's looking at her, but when a guy comes out with no shirt, nobody really cares. It's kind of normal, and that's the same way in most of the Muslim countries too, and in US it's also the same, even with a different society. And it's like, so I tell my father, hey, that how would you raise boys and how would you raise girls? And I told him that if I have ever had kids, that boys are gonna have a lot of freedom, so they can go out and they can learn. Oh, what was that? Okay. The freedom that they would get, for example, like, out there exploring, or, getting out of the house, just, driving around, hanging out with friends, not overly just let them go. And the daughters wouldn't have that privilege, because obviously there's a difference, and he told me that it has to be either everything has to be strict, in a way, or if you're going to let your boys have the freedom, then your girls are going to nag you and get you to that point too, that you're going to have to give them the freedom. So what do you guys think in this scenario, that that when women are growing up, if your boys out there have if your boys go out there and have sex?
Oh, sorry, hang on one sec.
No problem. Oh, wow. It's our stream now.
Yeah.
Rolo is hunting you, Tony.
Oh,
you know
shit.
what I'm saying? He's hunting you down. He's hired some MIT guys to hunt Rolo. Rolo's hunting you.
I'm back. My internet just popped back on, so I'm back on my laptop.
There you go.
Okay.
Rolo is
Perfect.
coming.
Cool.
Well, since we got Primal Man in here too, and Tony, let me just kind of, I was asking a question, amongst, what do you guys think that, raising boys differently and raising girls differently, that boys would be allowed to have that freedom, so because in the end they have to be the providers. They're not gonna be. They're not gonna be the ones being taken care of, being married to somebody.
I'm back.
What's up, Chef Cell?
Yeah, we're all back.
I didn't leave. I'm still here. I'm listening. Woody, go ahead.
Okay. So that's what I wanted to ask you guys. That my perspective is that that women are the jewels of the house, and men are the steel, the swords, the weapon of the house that defend the house. And obviously, you don't dangle your jewelries out unless you're asking to get robbed. So guys having the freedom, like for example, if one of my boys, have, a girlfriend or have sex, like that's in a way acceptable. But for my daughter to have that, I would probably have to disown her, because I have to, in a way, make sure that when she does get married off, she does represent that purity of the white dress, as we see in a marriage. And my father disagrees with that. He says that you have to have, let's say, a little less freedom for your boys. They can have their freedom, but you have to have a very strict household, so the girls don't mess up in the house too. But what do you guys think about this concept? What do you guys think?
I mean, I never had any sisters. I've got 2 brothers, so it's a hard concept for me to grasp. In other words, how having a sister. So anybody that has a sister would probably answer this better than I could in any way, shape, or form.
I don't know about like being super strict on the like. There's a balance you got to do because you don't want her to resent you. You want to be respected still, like as the leader of the house. But if you're just too imposing on a daughter, like you know it's for her own good and help her out in the long term, she might just think that you're being an asshole and want to rebel against you, and then you ultimately fail in what you're trying to do.
Well, I have a sister, and she was pure, and she got married to a very good household too. So I can't say that for experience that I did see that tendency of trying to go out or going out with her girlfriends or whatever. Just oh, I want to go shopping, want to go sightseeing or whatever. And my dad always stopped her because he knew better. I didn't understand it at that time, but he didn't want her to go anywhere alone unless my younger brother, I have 2 younger brothers, one baby brother and one younger than me, unless he's, going with her, because I was obviously a busy one. But yeah, my sister, she was a virgin, she kept her purity, and my father was the real one who made sure that she was like that.
Now what did he tell her to do, like instead of going out? Because assuming that she had like did she like give her extra responsibilities to do around the house?
Well, it wasn't just the help of around the house, because maybe it's a bit hard for you guys to understand it, because obviously you guys grew up in US and you see this culture, but I see the US culture and my culture. So what he did tell her, he did, at some point, if she would, argue with him or more enough, either she would go to her room, but he would tell her, hey, this could happen to you, that could happen to you. So you're definitely not going alone with your friends, unless one of the brothers are with you, then you can. But, because there's somebody to keep an eye on you.
I see. So it's more for security than.
Yeah, and traditionally it's always been like that too. Even in American history, it was like that. That if this happens, like it is a shame on the whole family if something like that happens to a family's woman or a family's. Even with my mother, she's not young. And even when she was younger, they were both very beautiful. I saw the pictures. And he was always very strict with my mom too, still till this today. And same thing with my sister.
Here's my question: How old was your sister when she got married?
She was, I think 18 or 17. I can't exactly remember.
But that's why she turned out the way she did. That's why she was able to marry the guy she married. The problem I see with a lot of families is that they want to protect their daughters all the time, but at the same time, they don't want their daughters to get married young, but they don't want their daughters to turn out to be a hoe. It's like, well, you need to encourage your daughters to get married young. I know it goes against it's counterculture, but don't expect your daughter to be pure if you're holding on to her to get married until she's like 30 years old or mid to 20s.
Yeah, true, and it's happening in my culture too. You're right about that, because it's happening in my culture too, that women are getting older, they're going out to be in their careers and all that. Exactly. And if they're going to be mingled in their careers, like what else? Like they're going to want to make money. They really are not going to think about having kids. What were you going to say?
I was going to say Primal Man makes a good point about the age, like trying to protect the purity while still having them build up their life. You're creating a void of, I would say, a man vacuum in a way, where they're not getting married, but they're still away from their parents that they're at university or whatever. It's like a power vacuum that you see in, like, after you topple a dictator in a way, and then even worse sex come in. You got except instead of it being like a male figure being the father. Yeah. It switches to like the warlords. In this case would be the CC, the cock carousel. Instead
Well, I mean, I'll say this: with if you're raising your kids, you have to raise them differently. Like, to piggyback off what Tony said. Tony went to You know what I'm saying? He was a Boy Scout and everything. A boy has to be raised with more structure, chores, trades, like you're teaching them something and he gets rewarded for learning. While the daughter, her rewards will, you of course have to raise her in a sense where you're protecting her sexuality. You're not letting her, wear these super short skirts. You're giving her a level of dignity. Then you're giving her some level of training for be it cooking and feminized aspects and, some level of education to, be able to aid and so on. You know what I'm saying? There are two different sides of a coin. You can't raise a boy with freedom, then you're going to train him to not be organized and not have any order or discipline. Then he's going to become extremely emotional and go wherever his emotion calls. So you got to raise a boy with more structure and discipline. And the daughter, the discipline's more about her visual presentation and how she carries herself. Because, the way she acts towards her father is the way she'll act towards any man. If you allow her to be, because I'm telling you, I've worked security at the Giants Stadium for, what was it, a One Direction concert where these mothers had their daughters, they were like 12 years old wearing some super low skirts. And I'm looking at the mom like, what the hell are you doing? You know what I'm saying? You have girls, I agree with Primal Man, is that, the younger, and here's the thing, here's the negative aspect about society. Society's teaching women to have children older as though you don't have a husband, you don't have a daycare. It's so easy today to raise a kid that they have to artificially lie about how difficult. I've always seen those videos where these women, I can't sacrifice my career. You have a kid, there's daycares, you got cousins, uncles. There's so many options. It's not the 1920s where you have a kid and you're on a cottage, you know what I'm saying? And you're struggling to start a fire. We're in the modern age where it's far more simple. I think you got to raise them both with a different level of structure. And that boy, you have to discipline them both. Even if they hate you, you're not supposed to be their friend. It's better that dad's a jerk, but she's calling you a jerk, but she's wearing, better clothing. And to just reply to what you said about women being nude, naked outside, men want to sleep with them, it comes with defense again. A woman that comes outside barely wearing anything, she's vulnerable. Guys like us come outside, you without a shirt, what's gonna happen to you? You're not vulnerable.
To answer Woody's question directly though, whatever your dad's doing, he's doing a fine job. I can tell you that much. He's doing.
I agree, dude, and all of you guys, you guys got good points too, and that's what I have a debate too with my dad, because I was taught, manners and good values, and I come from a moderate Muslim household, so we weren't like praying all the time, but we, my family, from my father to my mother.
You're Middle Eastern? You're Middle Eastern, Woody?
Yeah, I'm from that region.
Okay.
I would say, but yeah, I come from Muslim background.
Latino.
Oh, say that again?
I thought you were Latino.
No, no, I come from the southern Asian continent, I would say.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I thought I did too. I thought I caught that though a while ago. I caught that in the stream a while ago, but I thought probably a month or so ago, I thought you were Spanish, right, Mexican or something. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you guys this, and I do agree with the structure of boys, and raising. I definitely understand that. Well, it goes now back to, is it okay to send your kids to, let's say, like Boy Scouts? Because my father was against that, because he does believe in, he doesn't want anything bad happen to boys too. Like, for example, it would be a nightmare if, if one of your kids got molested or, sexually raped, by.
What Boy Scouts needs to be for kids, for sons, is dad, son, and brother, and maybe a friend out in the woods camping. That's Boy Scout.
Okay. Okay, yeah. That does answer for me.
I agree with your dad. I wouldn't want to put my kid in a Boy Scout either. I mean, Boy Scouts would be me and him camping. That would be his Boy Scouts.
Yeah, and then when they get older, just say, hey, go ahead, take the truck, go out camping here.
All right. Well, what would be the perfect age for that? Let's say, for example, and I think that kind of solves my question regarding, sending your boys, for in Boy Scouts, for that. But like, what would be the perfect age to actually, trust on your kids? What do you guys think?
Well, only one of them has to be old enough. And they
Okay.
can take the responsibility.
But when you can actually have that full confidence, like, I don't know if it's 20, 25, or 30, on your boys that, okay, if he goes to Japan or China, he's gonna be, you know what I mean? When would you get that
I mean,
confidence in your
probably in
boys?
their teens, because you can't stop them when they're adults. They can do what they want.
I
Yeah.
mean, you will figure that out, man. To me, you don't want to overworry yourself. And to me, beyond the Boy Scouts, maybe in all boot camp, that might be good. Set up a boot camp. You send the boy to a boot camp to learn, and I don't know if there's a female version of that, but to me, you don't want to overworry about it. Like Primal Man said, you take what your father taught you, and then your awareness of the modern world. I think, in all honesty, if you got a boy today, you want to take him overseas. You want to give him some culture shock, where you would take him overseas for some morality injections where he's like, America isn't the world. So that way he could adapt, take the Tony pill. He could adapt at a younger age because he's seen what lies outside of the country, or you take him to a rural town, country town. You got to be prepared to raise your boy to adapt, because the incel community, it's a lack of the ability to adapt, man, where they internalize their pain and suffering. And, with
Yes.
today's, with the country we live in today, you have to culture shock your boy. Let's say you took him to Mexico, or you took him to, I don't know, Eastern Europe, where he sees how things are supposed to be. Because there's one thing we forget about, is that if you're raised in a situation where normal is unnormal, where a boy is raised around nothing but anti-male, messaging, that becomes his normality. So you have to culture shock your son. I'd say around age probably 8 to 12, and every once a year you send him overseas, go with him to keep that culture shock, so he can always see, yeah, son, the propaganda here, it's BS. This is how it's supposed to be, because you lose your kid. America, I tell people, America's about money, and they will take anything about money. Your child, they overdose them on sugar. Well, they seek that opportunity. So, like Tony said, he was traveling in the military, MD. You have to culture shock your children, and that might just be bringing them to a ranch. Let them work at a ranch with somebody. You got to prepare.
Yeah, that's what my dad used to send us to my aunts. We a lot of time there in the summer, and they had a huge dairy farm, and we would bale hay. It was brutal. It was brutal when we were younger. Get up at 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
You're eating some gamey meat. Trust me. You're eating raw milk. You're drinking raw
Good
milk,
meat.
butter. Oh yeah, yeah. I had
Yeah.
a hard time with the milk and the butter because it was gamey. But that's where our family. My dad used to send us in the summer. Was do that sort of thing. And then as far as like camping and things like that, I talked about this before, that Boy Scouts and Cub Scouts is nothing like it was when I was growing up. Guys, I'm 50 years old, so you got to imagine we're talking, almost 50 years ago. Okay, so when I was in the Boy Scouts, it was Boy Scouts was kill or be killed. I mean, you might as well gone into the Army. That's the Boy Scouts I grew up with. That's the reality of it.
Woody, do you live in the U.S., Woody?
I live in the U.S.
Tell me if you fellas, the whole panel, would agree with this statement. I see a trend, or not a trend, it's probably been going on for a long time. Immigrants selling out to the quote-unquote American dream. They're selling out on their values for money, like just what HTTH was saying, for money. But are they deceived or are they selling out? Like, what's going on here? Because they're giving up their family, they're giving up their values for the almighty dollar, sending their daughters off to college, wasting their, the beauty of a young woman.
I think they're deceived.
I see what they do. What they do with their sons is they throw their sons to the wolves a lot of times.
It's deceived because, you're talking like my mom and dad. I think my mom got married at like 18.
Yeah.
But I mean, think of how strange it is to see. It's so different to see I think society looks down upon a woman that gets married at 18.
Oh,
there's an issue now.
Well,
and it's like, that's normal.
Well, I also can add context for these immigrants too. Like a lot of them, when they immigrate, they end up working in Amazon or Wayfair, those warehouses. And if you drive through the Central Valley in California, they're everywhere. They're practically sweatshops. And the way what they're told is that, hey, the way to like not work in a sweatshop to make a living in this country, you got to get a college education.
Yeah.
And they're thinking that I don't want my kids to have to work in this sweatshop, so I want them to go to college.
Well, I'm here to say that, right, to anybody, any immigrant, anyone that thinks that's listening, that is completely false. Do not trade your values for what you think is the American dream, because it's not what you think it is.
Yeah, they're getting scammed. They're getting treated like the new slaves, I think.
Yep.
Well, man,
Truth, go ahead. I got a really good answer to this Primal Man's question. Go ahead, Truth.
Primal Man to me is 100% correct. This is why I was talking to somebody, and we had somebody at MD Stream Harkey. You had the parents; their finish line is getting here, and I'm from Haiti, and when we got here, our parents didn't teach us nothing about Haitian culture. Once a lot of immigrants get here, they completely convert. They basically, if they're not going back to their country, they look at this country as the end all be all. And what happens is their children, not having parents that are aware of this country, they're basically open. They're free for the attack. And that's why you see a first generation kid, like, he's a first generation American, and he's just devoured because his parents have no understanding of this country. They just see the cover of the book. They don't see that their kid is going to a school that's trying to feminize them. And, it's not like back home, that their children are being devoured and they lose their kids sooner than any other parent. Because, when I went to school, I was the boss because I could speak better English than my mom. So when the principal came to ask questions, I'm the one who relayed it. And, being the age I was at, I would relay it alternatively. I didn't do nothing wrong. I was good. They're just mad at me for some reason. And, what can mom do? So the kids become the parents in a first generational situation. And you being a kid in charge, you know what you're going to do. So we all saw Home Alone. He was left alone. It was all a game. And that's what happens when the kid is made the boss. Then their parents don't teach them their history. So that kid has no awareness of the location their moms left. There's a lot of Hispanic, Spanish or Latino families that won't even teach their kids Spanish because they believe, well, it's not American. It ain't something we need. So those kids are lacking their own culture, and those children assimilate. That's why I say a lot of the daughters or parents or young women from another country that come here, man, they're in for a wrong trip because they're going to get assimilated or devoured. The American dream is all about staying asleep. Before the whole word woke got corrupted by the Democrats, and the leftists, it was about, wake up. That American dream it's open the book. Don't just look at the cover where you see the white picket fence and the family. Open the book, see the laws, see the rules, and these foreign parents get swallowed up, man. They get devoured.
What's happened is people are in other countries, immigrants are sold the American dream that was in the 20s, 30s, and 40s when my grandparents and great grandparents came over here. And that's not the reality anymore. you're going to college and to school, and you're going to factories that change you. I mean, it's not the same as it was. It's not the same as it was when I was in school, when I was a kid. It's not even close. It's a programming factory is all it is.
Yeah, and I would say it's that people being deceived instead of selling out their values, because the ones that can see through the deceit and find some success in the U.S., maybe one of them will immigrate and they'll send money back to their family out in their home country where there's more bang for their buck, and then enjoy their money back home, and they go back and forth. No way.
Hey, what happened to MD and Scribe? Did they just bounce?
I think they either lagged out or they bounced.
Yeah, I just it sucks that I had an internet issue that blows. I've never had that before. So
Tony, man, you're being attacked. The Rolosphere.
Yeah, denial.
He's finally hired a IT or internet whiz guy.
He hit you with the denial of service attack, maybe.
I got 5 points down tonight. I'm pretty proud of that. Got to be honest. I haven't got that many ever, so that's good.
It's attacking Tony, man.
Hit with the DDoS.
Yeah.
It's like we must stop Tony at all costs. You know.
But Tony, do you live like in the
We're losing members on the Rolo cult. You know.
What's that, Woody?
The Rolo cult is running out of new members. You know.
Definitely, the streams like this, are definitely affecting their business model in a huge way, and they do talk about this this black pill, or just being honest in general. They do talk about this here, there. Don't listen to those guys. Don't listen to reality. Just close your eyes, listen to your lying ears. Sorry, don't believe your eyes, listen to your lying ears. I think some saying goes like that.
Mm-hmm.
But off of Primal Man, and he's completely right regarding this, that actually that immigrants that would move over here, because my dad came here a while ago, and he did the right way, and I am very privileged in my country, that we were able to do that, because just getting to US in the straight way, not like crossing the border, is hell. You have to pay a lot of money. Not everybody could come over here, and people who do come over here are usually the ones that come through the right way, the legalized way, are usually the cream of the crops. They're not just nobody. They come from a higher middle class family, as you would say. And actually, the immigrants are actually more conservative than the conservatives over here, because I'm in sales and I see that all the time. And then I see immigrants, they have more respect for their kids and their wife, and they, and the way that shows is how their boys would behave, how their girls would behave, how much covered up their girls would be, how properly dressed their boys would be, how their wives are not, interrupting them or trying to be that boss. I'm a boss, bitch. That you don't get that. But it does come back. Look, America is the best country in the world, with the most powerful currency, has the military that could literally fight off the world if they wanted to. And we are all actually very privileged to be a part of this society. And who knows what's going to happen. But right now, for most of immigrants and people who do realize, they do still have that white picket fence and the American dream, like when it was back in the day when, in 80s, you could, live in San Francisco, have a couple of cars, put your kids through college, and work at a grocery store. But not anymore. That all went away. Your quality of life has gone down significantly, since that time. And back then, things were a lot more stable. People had a lot more respect. Women weren't just running around wearing shorts everywhere. And there wasn't, it was just a different world back then. But conservatives today, no matter how conservative they would say that they are, they aren't even close to being as conservative in the beginning when immigrants come here. And after 14 to 15 years, in my observation, their kids, they do devolve in this American culture, of their kids are ruined. They're, the first generation that comes on, kind of goes towards socialism and thinks it's a better idea. They do get indoctrinated in the college system. And in a way, I see as that when you are kind of weaker, you come from a weaker background, if you're not, for example, if you're not a man enough to know that, okay, whatever I'm gonna do in life, I'm not waiting for handouts. I'm not. I want to grow my wealth from my own hands. I want to make this from my own hands. This type of ideology does come from the weaker minds, I would say. But immigrants, they're usually conservatives in the beginning. Later on, this American culture consumes them. It just fucking consumes them.
Well, dude, it ain't even later anymore. I mean, you know, Tony said, you know, back in, you know, his day, but dude, back in my day, which is just literally the 90s, early 2000s, they no longer go after college no more. Just think about a immigrant parent bringing their kid here, expecting, in America, I agree with you, great opportunity for work, but if you're an immigrant parent, you bring your kid here, they go to school and they're introduced by an Autobot teaching them this is normal. You being body dysmorphic is normal, just freaking out their children and destroying them before they even have a grip on who they are. You know, that's one thing I give MD. That circus metaphor, he's not lying. It's 100%. It's no longer about high schools anymore. America has been warped to where they want to buy and ensure you're a product, that you're a consumer as soon as possible. And now they're attacking children before they even have any awareness of who they are, you know, as a man, as a boy or a girl. They're coming. And, you know, I saw this video online where this guy, he was in high school. He had he had the change or the costume operation when he was in high school, but they showed a photo of him as a child. What does the photo of him as a child have to do with an operation he did when he was in high school? They're basically projecting that we need to get them sooner. You know what I'm saying? It's you know, and these parents are not equipped for it. You know, when your child's going to school to learn English and you barely learn English, and they're literally telling your kid that they were born wrong. Any problem they have, the psychiatrist in the school is ready to drug them up. It's a battlefield. It's a war, man. It's a war right now. You know,
It's so bad that, you know, that the kids are energetic and they would recommend drugs. They would recommend, oh, you should do this. That your kid's too hyperactive, you know. And when I was little, I told, you know, when we were going through this, and my baby brother was very hyperactive, and you know, even then I told my parents, hey, you know, whatever they're saying, because just like you, Truth, I was the one communicating a lot of English too, until later on when my father learned English. But for a lot of my childhood, I was communicating a lot of things, and this is just basically trying to turn the kid into a girl. You know, he should be drooling and he should be doing his homework, you know, instead of being active, climbing trees or doing whatever.
And like assessing someone's ability to pay attention off of how well they sit in a chair and regurgitate information, that's kind of silly in my eyes. And then to come to the conclusion that you give them a stimulant as strong as amphetamine, that's ridiculous in my eyes.
And that's what
want them to be zombies.
Adaptation.
Adderall's it's amphetamine. Most of it, I don't know which enantiomer it is, but 75% one of them and 25% the other. Like if you switch out, I think if you just add a methyl group, it's meth.
Yeah, I mean, college students do Adderall to stay awake so they can cram, correct?
Yeah, and it also keeps them. It hits them with enough dopamine. It just bombards you with dopamine pretty much. So whatever you're doing, you keep doing, and you stay focused on it.
And slowly, what that does is also you're easy to conform. You're easy to listen to. Then as a man, you're easier to obey and follow the orders, instead of, you know, being an explorer or trying to, you know, have some creativity in your life. It just becomes a zombie.
What's the name of that drug you said, Caduceus?
Adderall.
Adderall makes me easy as Sunday morning.
yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah, you know what it is like, you know, we'll go back to immigrants and what he's talking about, but it's indoctrination camps is what schools and colleges have become. I mean, I've seen families that the parents, you know, in my business in construction, the parents are still very traditional, but the kids are no longer even close to that.
Yeah. Well, it sucks that the parents are often tricked into thinking the only way this kid's going to get a job is if he's going to get an A in all these courses, which isn't which is true for some jobs, but for most, no, it's not.
Well, let me ask you guys this, right? Pretend that everyone over here had kids, and you guys drew a line that you can't do this, and if they pass it could be a line of, you know, hey, you're not gonna, you know, you're a drug addict, you know, now you gotta stop, and that's it, you know. But like, for example, or if your boy wants to run away with a girl, or a girl does the same thing or gets into bad habits, and she or he crosses the line, what would you guys do in that scenario? Because to me, if I can't, you know, if let me see, if they don't want to listen to me, or if they want to go their own way and mess their life up, then I would have to disown them. But what do you guys think? What would you guys do? True, look at True.
Oh man.
Pull out,
But Truth, the
pull out
kids are
God's
grown.
greatest. Pull out God's greatest gift, man. The good old. It might be pleather, it might be leather, it might be copper, it might be aluminum. The good old belt. You know what I'm saying? It's built America. You know what I'm saying? One belt at a time.
You're
You know
gonna
what I
get
mean?
Italian leather.
That's right.
Oof.
You know what I mean? If you want to be fancy when you whip your kids, you know, it's got to be made out of true leather. But if
not, tell them to
Best
go
leather
to
in
the
the
backyard
world.
and pick a
that's
stick.
right, if you're just a regular American like me,
pick
where
a
I don't
stick,
know
man.
if this is leather,
It's
I mean,
not.
it still does its job.
Yep, it
But, you
does
know,
its
you can
job.
only beat them until, well, you know, because when I was growing up, man, you couldn't call die fish or nothing. It's now encouraged. Now think about a parent that's a foreigner that barely could speak English. Their kid does all the speaking. Because I was talking to a friend of mine. He was from Russia. He said he went to school one day. He's a new kid. He was talking to the psychologist in the school, and they tried to turn him on his parents. They said they don't support you enough. They don't love you enough. That's why you're alone. And he's like, he's a new kid. He's learning the language. The parents, the immigrant parents, are just not armed, man. Their kids are just, they're better for the corporations than the American kid. Because, you know, a guy like Tony, me, Primal Man, Caduceus, you know what I'm saying? Man, Woody, we'll be armed. We know the system is trying to eat and devour our kids, but a immigrant parent that barely could speak English, they don't know. They don't know why their kid is staying at school longer. They don't know that they're being drugged, or, you know, the psychologist is telling them your parents don't like you. They don't love you. Because that's what this guy told me. He said, my father's strict. He didn't want me to get in trouble. And the psychologist started telling them your parents aren't flexible. They're not allowing you to be you. It's a freaking, it's a free for all here, man.
You ain't allowed to be you, as far as I'm concerned, growing up until you were 18. That's it.
There it is, brother.
That's the reality of I mean, that's how I grew up. You know, it's my house, my dad still. My house, my rules. When you're 18, then you can do what you need to do. But when you're here, this is what you're going to do. And that's no longer the case. And that's the reality of why schools and, you know, and again, you get back to immigrants, somebody who doesn't understand our system. They came to the American dream. So at first they're going to buy into it, but it no longer works. The system does not work anymore.
True.
If we were just said, you know what, you are owned by your parents till you're 18, that would be a whole different story. The school has no choice on what they can tell you. It's my parents. My parents are the last word. That's not the case anymore.
Oh, that's 100%, man. You know, and you know, it's to me, man. It's just, you know, we don't even know we had it easy because our parents could speak English. It's just a battlefield for your children. But, you know, I will say this, man. we were all parents, I would, Primal Man's son at age 5 would have a beard. Tony's son at age 3 would have a full-grown pit of underarm hair, from him bringing him to the farm. My son would just be, confused.
Drinking cold Mountain Brew Force Line.
It wouldn't be fair, man. Caduceus' son, for some reason, is experimenting on the birds across the street.
and hated by Brazilians.
Hey.
Wow.
Oh man.
Well,
Well,
guys,
I think
I'm gonna start wrapping it up. I do have to get up early. I'm really sorry about the interruption tonight. I feel bad
No, you're
about
good.
that. But I
you're good, Tony.
Your house, your rules. Sometimes the roof collapses.
Yeah, I've never had an internet issue, and one time maybe. I think one time maybe for like a minute, but I've never had an internet issue ever. So,
try my Rolo voice. It's working. Tony thinks it's his internet provider. He'll never know it was me.
Is he outside somewhere?
He's just shooting a.
I just see Rolo standing on a dead tree.
He's in Miami right
now. Lightning striking, and you know what I'm saying?
Nice.
That's the
holding the rational male book cover as thunder just storms below.
He's in the Fresh and Fit apartment right now.
Oh no!
Tony's gonna see if they put a bag over his head.
They're like, you will go to the gay bars, Rolo.
Wow.
They're gonna interrogate Tony and figure out how to bridge the gap.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see who. Hang on here. Hold on, we got somebody here. I'm gonna add to the stream here real quick. I'm gonna make sure this isn't a troll, but I don't think it is. It's a surprise guest.
Rolo.
I'm bringing the band back, fellas.
Noise.
I'm bringing the band back.
Hey, Rolo Wick, though.
We're taking the band to Hypergatory.
Gonzo's dropping in real late tonight, man.
I made it. Just so fashionably late,
Yeah.
A couple minutes.
No kidding. Yeah, we were actually, I was going to wrap it up here, but I'll let it go a little bit longer.
The question is, what's the difference between the two Rolos?
Yeah, let's see. Can we see?
The beanie, the holy beanie.
The holy beanie.
Yep.
And that Rolo, just something about him tells me he could play a guitar in front of. That one looks like he's been experimented on as a child.
Wow. Hey man, that's what game gets you, right? That's all game, baby.
And see, on the right you've got the Virgin, and on the left you got the Chad.
Oh, he's gonna love these streams, man. I can't wait till they talk about me this Saturday. Woo! Don't forget, everybody on here, you are now a target.
I want to be able to hear "fuck caduceus" not in a Brazilian accent.
Fuck caduceus.
There you go.
I can hear it right now. This guy, fuck caduceus. I'm his idol. So all he is upset with me. In fact, you know what? He was never mine. It was just his turn. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just the plate that fell off.
Yeah. In fact, I like the way MD describes that in his book. That part of "she's never yours, it's just your turn." I think it's a very plain and simple. He didn't have to explain that in 50 pages. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, game your wife, bro.
Yeah. So, amazing. But I'm looking at the private chat here. Okay. I was Chef Sal. But yeah, I'm going to wrap it up, guys. I want to run around the panel. The topic of the night was brotherhood, and we do have a brotherhood here, and I appreciate everybody that came on. Again, I will apologize to Scribe and MD. When I had a major internet failure. So who did I just lose?
We just lost the chef cell.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I apologize to everybody for internet failure. It just kind of sucks. I've never had that happen, but you know, I was looking forward to talking to Scribe and MD for sure, man. These guys always add a super amount of value to the stream. So, and it was on fire when my as my dad would say, when my shit went tits up. That's that's his word for when something dies. It went tits up. So. But yeah, the stream about brotherhood, I think this was important. I think that we kind of we really went down some different paths with it, and I appreciate everybody's input. Gonzo, I want to ask you, 90 going north.
Yeah.
Any comments on brotherhood?
I'm trying to think here. I mean, I think it's needed. I think it's needed, especially in times like these. I don't know what else I could say about it. It's I think brotherhood is needed, though. I think fellowship is needed.
Mm-hmm.
I think the sane, free thinking people need to get together and have these conversations.
Yeah, that's one of the things I like to say is in the world now we can't even have a conversation about the conversation, and that's a big deal. When you can't say things that are true without somebody jumping in your shit, you know? And that's the part of the manosphere that probably upsets me the most, is that you're not allowed to speak up against your idol, you know?
The sacred cow.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, don't do that. You know, don't question.
No one may question me.
Yeah.
For I am the one named Rolo.
Yeah.
Eat my words, Bruno. Next time your Wi-Fi will only be 2 bars.
Is Rolo like sitting in a tower like in the Lord of the Rings?
Yeah.
Like, instead of an eye, it's like the red pill.
It might as well be the fresh and fit apartment in Miami.
Yeah, but he's got what he has now is minions, is what they are. They're minions.
He's got ring wraiths.
Yeah, it's just it's a constant regurgitation of just, you know, first of all, we're going to blame women. Just that's number one. Let's just keep blaming women. And how do I put this? This is the way they keep you in the sphere. It's never your fault. And accountability is really important in my world and on this panel is accountability. But there is no accountability to any man in there, because if you're held accountable, you're no longer part of the group. You're ostracized, you're banned, you know. So and I'm sure I'll get shit for that, and who cares? But that's the reality, is that if it's not the woman's fault, then there is no argument anymore, you know? So it's the woman's fault. But men are accountable for their actions, for the way they look into it, whether it be if you get married, you know the result, you know the consequences. So you have to deal with it.
Well, even if it is the woman's fault, there's nothing you can do to make her not fault.
Yeah.
Tony, man, you gotta write an essay on the Tony pill, man. That's needed. A downloadable little PDF, man, because what you're bringing up, that's that adaptiveness. That's that. To me, the greatest thing you said was, man, you have to be responsible, you know, and you chose, you know, a lot of these, Rolo's whole spear is about a man has no free will. A woman just tells him, come. And he just, oh my God, my body's moving on its own. I don't know how. You know, it's crazy, man. We need to take the Tony pill, man. You gotta take that adaptive pill, man. If you don't take accountability, man, you're trapped in that loop of it's always somebody else's fault. You know, you're taking a victim pill, you know.
Well, Truth, you said this quote, which was really good too. That volunteers cannot be victims. Since you volunteer for this, the victimhood is gone.
There it is. Yeah. Well, that's solid. To me, Tony, man, you got to do an essay, man. You got to drop one, and I'll promote it. I'll do what I got to do. That needs to be said, man, because that's what you're 100% correct. They're promoting that it's not your fault. You didn't volunteer. You know, and that's what's destroying these men, because it's a loop of repeating the same thing and never learning nothing. You know.
Yeah, my internet keeps shitting out here. I just disappeared for a while. I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to respond to Carly. Too much Rolo talk, in my opinion. Well, this is what I'm going to say about that, is that there's a reason. There's a reason why. There's a movement against men, and he can say that it's for men, but it's a movement against men. Okay, that's the bottom line, Carly. I'm not going to take anything from Rolo again. I'm not going to take, if he saved the guy from the, like Hold the Truth says, the rope necklace or the wrist knife. I'm never going to take that away from him, ever. And I won't do that to any man. But I do want to see men let out of the loop, out of the cycle. That's what I want. It's a really crude way to save a man, but if it works, I'm all for it. So I don't want anybody to think that that I'm doing that to beat up on him by any shape or form. Now, can I do it because of the things he said about me on Saturday night? Sure, why not? And people can say, "Oh, well, you just let it go." Well, I kind of let it go, but then I'm like, you know what? If I'm going to bring it up, let's bring it up. Why not? Fuck it.
Dude, you got the right to defend your honor, man. There's
I have
nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with defending your honor,
Yeah.
That's a sign of manhood. Most people don't know, How is it fair that they can toss dirt on your name and you can't just defend yourself logically? It's not like Tony's, and who knows, this avatar might be, a sent person, whatever, but you have the right to defend your honor, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I don't, I think really what it goes back to is I know those guys personally. So it goes back to that. But the thing where, he had said, in a year, he'll be asking me to save his life. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Give me a break,
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. So it's just, if I want to take a shot, I can. I don't care. I really don't.
Yeah.
And basically my thoughts on that is that they mentioned my name. Maybe 8,000 people had heard it. Now they're going to search for my channel. They'll come over and they'll see something a little bit different, and we can get them out of that loop. But I won't take away anybody I won't take away if somebody pulled something from hurting themselves. I won't take that from any man, no matter what way it was done. I just can't do that. So, but there's your answer, Carly. Whoever you are. Show your face, woman.
That should be like a special episode or something. You do that for like a sub special.
Yeah.
We'll get Carly on.
Well, you're welcome, Carly. So let's go to Caduceus on Brotherhood. Let's wrap it up, man.
Yeah, I think it's like what Hold the Truth was saying. It's good to have people that are acting on logic and just having guys that you can listen to and get an outside perspective, because sometimes we feel trapped in our own little worlds.
Mm-hmm.
And it helps to kind of see where you are in the grand, get the forest instead of just the trees. Yeah, that's what the way your brothers can help you out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's important. You know what? And the funny thing is we can have some laughs along the way too, because I think the comedic relief really breaks the tension sometimes. You know, I mean, you guys had me dying the other night, dying. You know, on Hold the Truth stream, you guys were just killing me, and I had to get to sleep in the worst way. Boy, did I have a rough day on Wednesday. But
me too, man. I had to power through a bunch of lectures.
blame you know, fuck Caduceus, man. Don't blame me.
Yeah, fuck Caduceus. He kept me up all night.
Hey, I'm the best there is.
Yeah. It's just that, you know, even like X Viper was streaming tonight, and I wanted to go in and give him some support. I think he took it the wrong way a little bit, where, and he's new at streaming, so I think some people are hard to take comments. But I was just commenting on like the tactical soap thing, like I told you guys. I wasn't commenting to knock him in any way, shape, or form. Even when he had said, and I appreciate what he said, you know, go to Tony Bruno's channel and you'll get some good advice. But what I had told him, and I didn't want him to take it the wrong way, but that I don't give advice. I give support. I didn't want him to think that I was saying something like against what he said. I wasn't knocking his words. I just wanted people to know that I'm not here to give advice. I'm here to give support. That's what these streams are about. Is support system is more important than advice. Guys want an ear. They want an ear sometimes. And everybody's voice is important. And that's the part that I think you know, I did a stream on how the manosphere has failed men. And I think that's one of the issues with the manosphere, is that that voice is taken away from you. Somebody else is speaking for you. You have, you know, Rolo and who, you know, I'll hit him again. You know, everybody's speaking for you. How about use your own damn voice and speak?
Yeah, and you'll often have more success when you're just listening, because you kind of can't. It's really hard to give advice because you don't know anyone's full story. So like the best you can do is listen and say, hey, I know someone else who had maybe a similar thing. Maybe you could try this out. That's support. You're not making the decision for them, giving them the advice. You're just kind of giving them a couple paths that they can take.
When people can talk, that's the best thing in the world. When you can just get it out.
Yeah.
And you put it the best. It's a really good way, the way you put it too, Tony. You know, instead of giving advice, it's support. Because in the end, just a little bit of support could save lives. You know.
Well, to me, people need to understand. Tony got military experience, man.
No, I got no military experience, none at all.
Oh, I thought you did.
No.
Yeah, he's a vigilante, man. He doesn't.
Yeah, no, not at all. I've done a lot of martial arts for years.
Well then, man, Tony knows. If you learn the martial arts and you know what true support in a structure is, man, we don't all need to lead. You know, some of us will lead, some won't, and we're all talking from our perspective. You know, and some guys just, it's just we're dealing with so many drinking the poison of propaganda that if you don't say what I want to say as though I can read your mind, you know, if you can't answer things exactly the way I would answer them or my issues, then you're my enemy, you know? And to me, what the Rolo thing is that every group has that antagonist, and Rolo leads. You know, remember, I don't know if some of y'all might be too young, but the Justice Friends, how they had the Legion of Doom. I think it was Lex Luthor and, you know, Rolo leads the main villains, man. He leads the crew of the bad guys. You know, what is it, Rule Zero or whatever. They're the enemy, man, and we're like the Avengers or the Justice League.
Clary's got the power of the vasectomy.
Yep.
And we got Piss Dungeon extraordinaire.
They'll never see the urine. They won't be able to see when there's urine in their eyes.
Yeah.
Rolo's a few years younger than me.
Man, there's always a bad guy, man. Every story has its villain, and to me, we're pointing out the negative, man. There's nothing wrong with pointing out the negatives. You know, a lot of people say, "Oh, why you keep bringing them up?" Then why do they keep feeding people negativity? And if we don't speak about it, they're gonna be like Tony Bruno. Everybody here's the same. We have to divide that. They're different. Their line is on the sand is destruction. Man, you know?
Hey Tony, you're a kung fu cell.
Kung fu cell.
Yo, Tony, you got it. You know what you gotta do for your channel? You need to clip that Tony the Tiger song that they used to say, "Hey Tony, I like the things you do." Hey Tony, if I could, I would be you.
You got to do Tai Chi in the video. You got to do slow Tai Chi.
Just to settle it here, I think it's one of the baddest sports around, and what I've participated in for years is judo. So I'm very good at judo, jiu-jitsu, and a little bit of kickboxing. That's kind of what I trained in. So it's a very close combat sport.
So can I get into fights, Tony? When you and me are at a bar grabbing drinks and stuff, I'm like, Tony got my back.
Oh, no, you can get all the fights you want. It doesn't have nothing to do with me.
Oh man, I'll be like, hey, I got a friend. He can kick all of your asses. He knows.
No, I don't.
Fu.
You understand that martial arts actually does quite the opposite.
I know.
Tends to make you absolutely less aggressive. It's just it does. If you guys want to talk about, we talk about just have confidence, bro. But that's something that a lot of men should get involved in is martial arts, because it will give you confidence.
What's a good art to start with?
I mean, I love judo. I think it's a brutal sport. The turnover rate is not big in judo, because it is a very, very rough on your body. I mean, if you can get thrown around, I mean, you spend 6 months just learning how to fall. I mean, that's what you do for 6 months when you start. But there's not that many. It's kind of being, I think it's kind of a lost art. Everything is jiu-jitsu, but a lot of people don't know that that's where jiu-jitsu came from. There's Japanese jiu-jitsu, judo, and then the jiu-jitsu that you see now, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, is a derivative of judo and Japanese jiu-jitsu. So a lot of people don't know, when you go into a jiu-jitsu gym, you see Jigoro Kano, who is the founder of judo from 1888. A lot of people don't even know who he is. So
yeah,
I'm nothing against jiu-jitsu guys. I mean, it's what a great sport.
Yeah, I think the big appeal of jiu-jitsu is that when you choke someone out, you're not doing much damage to them long term.
Yeah, it's the same thing in judo. It's exactly the same.
Okay. Yeah.
There's a few tweaks. The difference is, jiu-jitsu guys have a hip throw. They have a double single leg takedown, where judo has about 70 throws. So you can throw somebody from anywhere. So to me, it's more brutal than jiu-jitsu. It really is. It's a rough sport. A lot of guys don't come back. They just don't. You start in judo and you just don't come back. And it's a lot of stand-up fighting. So it's one of those things, like, if you ever anybody been to a jiu-jitsu match or tournament? It's a little bit boring, because what happens is you can battle, you can get somebody in a lock or in a hold, and then they just let you go. You can lock somebody up and it doesn't really matter. So in judo, what happens is, after about 20, 30 seconds, if you're not progressing on the ground, they stand you back up to fight, which is a lot more exciting to me. I fall asleep at jiu-jitsu tournaments. In judo, it's a little more, to me, it's a little more fun. I think it's being lost. So jiu-jitsu is really pushed hard. And again, nothing against jiu-jitsu guys, badass dudes for sure. So, but it really is the same, just so anybody wants to know, except you got a hell of a lot more throws in judo. So all the chokes, everything, all the submissions, pretty much the same. So, and that's where it came from.
That's almost like you have more tools if you do judo.
Absolutely. Absolutely. quite a sport. But I would encourage any guy to do that. And you know, competition is great with men. So if you do ever get into martial arts and take care of it, go compete. Compete against somebody that's doing the same thing. It's a great way to see how well you've done, you know. And you're gonna live with injuries. You're gonna have injuries, and they're gonna be common. It's gonna happen all the time. That's just a part of it. So, I have steel in my body because of judo. I've got a whole reconstructed collarbone. So it's about 10 years ago.
Oh man.
Yep. Yep.
Wow.
It worked. Trust me.
Oh, Joe, man. Tony, man, this is why Tony's fists are not allowed past the 12 of midnight. You know what I'm saying?
It's
He's not
late
allowed
now.
to have a closed fist. He's only allowed with an open palm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
What do we got here? Oh, this is funny. Yep. Good stuff.
Mm.
Any last comments on brotherhood?
Oh, yeah, I got one last word, man. It's just give me a moment. You know what I'm saying? When an evil man by the name of Rollo Tomasi assembles a group known as Rule Zero, Tony Bruno seeks to find the fist to defeat the evil, starring Adam Sandler as Rollo Tomasi, Alec Baldwin as Rich Cooper, and George Clooney as Tony Bruno. Fatal Role Zero, Fist of Bruno.
Yep.
That's a good one. I love it.
This summer.
This summer.
Well, I gotta say thanks for having me on, Tony. It's this is it's like I said, this is what brotherhood should represent, you know. And like I said, I had personal questions, that couple things and discussions I had with my father, which I was able to talk to you guys about, and I got a lot of good answers, good different perspectives. So this is what brotherhood looks like.
And there's one last thing I want to say that, I had said this to somebody this past week, and I didn't like the way it came out of my mouth, but what I did was, and for me, it was more being humble, but it was about a situation. I said, I'm nobody, it's no big deal. But what I want to say to everybody is, you are somebody. Don't ever think that. And that was my fault for those words coming out of my mouth. But what I meant by that is not that I'm nobody, but I don't have a huge audience, but we can make a difference, period. Very simple. So I think it was more a little bit of humility for me. It wasn't that I thought I was nobody, so. But yeah, everybody has a voice, and everybody keep doing what they're doing, without a doubt. And these streams are important. These times that we hang out and laugh a little, and we bust a little balls, and if guys like the Godfather can't handle it, well, too bad.
Tony's always talking about me on his streams. Rich, I want you to go through his home and show him what a horse without a body looks like.
Well, any last words from the Godfather himself? Here we go.
I'm going to make everyone an offer they can't refuse. That's all. I'm going to get the band back together still. I got a lot to do. I'm busy over here. The wicked never rest.
Oh.
No rest for the wicked.
You gotta get the band back.
I roll with a bad group of boys. Corn pop.
Corn pop.
Oh, Lord. All right. I want to thank everybody in the chat too. Carly, Primal Man, Timbo, still in here with us. There's a few people left, but yeah, it's been a student MH. Is that old bald MH? Is that who that is?
Bald
Yeah,
MH.
it's
No.
old
man.
H.
Bald
Yeah.
MH.
Sandman here.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm glad we had Sandman come in.
Yeah.
Dude, that's another spot on imitation.
Yeah.
I had to go back and listen to a couple of that just to hear it, and I'm like, that was really good, man.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's I did a good John Anthony the couple nights ago as well. It was I played it back and it actually worked. I thought I messed it up. It's like,
Yeah, you got to work on those.
work on them. I could do like one line and then it starts to taper off and become terrible. I like to quit when I'm ahead.
I have no idea what this comment is. You're a great voice for a little less talk and a lot more action.
Hey, man, they wanted to get violent on screen.
We're trying to. We're just talking. You know, that's the whole point.
What this is, you know.
Bald MH, the legend, man, the legend.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we got to post infields and cold approach. That's what they want.
Hey, man.
You're supposed to be alpha. Supposed to be alpha.
Ooh.
Man.
Wow.
See y'all later, man.
Apologies accepted, Carly.
But that's iCarly from Nickelodeon. I get it.
Now on, I think they have a stream now. I'm not going to hold the Tony hostage here. Let him go.
Well, I'm going to eat a corned beef sandwich, guys. I'm going to have a Reuben, and I made some corned beef last night before I went to bed, and then, of course, tried to go to bed early, and then I saw MD pop up in the stream. I'm like, am I ever going to get to bed early? You know. So I threw in a corned beef late last night. So when I woke up, it was all ready to go. You know?
Tony, man, you got to stop advertising that. You're trying to be vegan. You know.
Absolutely not. I'm a meat eater. Always will be. That's for sure.
Alrighty, guys.
All right, guys. I appreciate all of you coming on, man. It means a lot to me. I appreciate you guys spending time. That's
good night, everybody.
Yeah, good night, everyone.
All right.
Caduceus, you know.
Everybody all at once. Fuck Caduceus.
Fuck Caduceus.
Alrighty, guys. Let's see you.
Thanks, guys.
Good night.
Good night.